Chapter 32. 8 Desolation Fist. Originally, it was a fist technique created by cultivators. The fist technique contained large movements and a tyrannical aura. Anything that stood in its way would be killed, destroyed. 8 Desolation Fist was a third-grade Xian art that Lin Fei had picked from the Hidden Arts Pavilion. With the help of the level-up system, Lin Fei did not have to worry about the difficulty of this fist technique. The only thing he was worried about was the lack of time. This was the first time he used the 8 Desolation Fist, and Lin Fei's aura was influenced by it. F***CK. You dare to compete with me in fist techniques? Who do you think you are? My 8 Desolation Fist will definitely kill you. Lin Fei was amused. Even though this fist technique was nothing compared to a yellow-class palm technique, it would be the best for Lin Fei in the current situation. As soon as Zhang Fenglang used his fist technique, Lin Fei immediately followed suit. Without hesitation, he punched out at Zhang Fenglang's chest. The wind from the punch caused Zhang Fenglang's face to hurt. It's just a third-grade fist technique, break. Zhang Fenglang laughed coldly. His fist technique was a first-grade Xian art. How could it be blocked by a third-grade Xian art? He wanted to heavily injure his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists collided, and the violent aura caused the two's expressions to change. Lin Fei's expression changed. His fist technique was much more powerful than he had imagined, and it seemed like it was going to shatter his opponent's fist. Zhang Fenglang's change was that he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Fei if he used both his fist and palm techniques at the same time. Lin Fei would definitely be defeated if it wasn't a low-grade yellow-class technique. However, the fist and palm attacks were like stones sinking into the ocean. An intense pain came from his fist, and the blood in his body was roiling. Haha, it doesn't feel good, does it? Lin Fei laughed. The feeling of punching flesh was indescribable. Compared to fighting on the streets, it felt so much better. Martial artists sure are powerful. Return of 8 Desolation. Total annihilation. Sweep the wildlands. Lin Fei's hands did not stop. The 8 Desolation 6-direction fist displayed its power. The 3 moves were the most powerful and consumed the most Xian Qi, but he was not worried at all. The power was stronger than he had imagined, and this was more than enough. He threw out wave after wave of fist shadows. In addition, he had the invincible Vajra body. Even though he had made some progress, his physical body was stronger than that of a Tier 5 realm of the martial way, and he had an advantage in defense. The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist technique was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Under the operation of the Qi, every punch was like a tiger, like a giant reappearing, and anyone who stood in front of it would be torn to pieces. Senior brother Zhang, you can't block my attack. Hurry up and admit defeat. Since you're my senior brother, I can let you go back. Otherwise, you'll have to go back lying down. It was Lin Fei's first time using the 8 Desolations and 6-direction fists. He knew that his fist technique was the most suitable for him. On the other hand, Zhang Fenglang was constantly being forced back, looking pathetic. Out of 10 punches, there would definitely be 1 or 2 that landed on the opponent. Zhang Fenglang naturally did not feel good. His hands began to tremble, unable to block. His expression changed constantly, unable to understand how his opponent could be so strong. Your fist technique is only a third-grade Xian skill. How can it be so powerful? Did you eat some medicinal pill? Zhang Fenglang's blood was boiling, and his expression was extremely unnatural. At the Tier 5 realm of the martial way, he believed that dealing with a kid like Lin Fei was just a matter of a few rounds. You'll know when you lose. Facing Zhang Fenglang's endless punches, his heart sank again. If this continued, the situation would definitely not be right. He could not figure out how Lin Fei could be so strong. Lin Fei displayed his might, using the 8 Desolations and 6-direction fists, once again provoking the outer sect disciples. Junior brother Lin Fei. Could it be that he's really enlightened? He can even learn a yellow-class Xian skill? Didn't they say that Lin Fei's comprehension is poor and has always been stuck at the second realm of the martial path? F***CK. I've also learned the 8 desolations and 6 direction fists. How can it not be as powerful as Lin Fei's? Could it be that my comprehension is really that bad? You're wrong. It's not that you didn't learn it well. It's just that Lin Fei used this fist technique to its fullest potential. Complete mastery of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies fist technique, coupled with terrifying Xian Shi. To be able to reach such a level of power, it must be the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra from the Martial Arts Pavilion that no one has ever learned. What? 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra? Damn it. How did Lin Fei learn that Heart Sutra? Isn't that a trash Heart Sutra? When did he have such strength? No wonder he could rise in such a short time. So this trash went all the way to the end. Once he starts cultivating the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra, there won't be any difficulty in the later stages of cultivation. And because the power of Xian Shi is stronger than Xian Shi of the same level, any fist technique or palm technique will be infinitely more powerful when used. Lin Fei's life is completely over. The 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra is known as a trash Heart Sutra. Whoever dares to cultivate it is the same as digging their own grave. Their lifetime achievements will be stuck at the 9th realm of the martial path, and they will never be able to become a true Xian Shi cultivator. When this outer sect disciple finished showing off, everyone couldn't help but have a strange expression because they all knew that this Heart Sutra had a drawback. Whoever cultivated it would be the same as being unable to improve for the rest of their lives. In the past, countless geniuses fell from being geniuses to the mortal world, and in the end, became ordinary people unable to become experts of the Xiantian continent. The 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra was the main culprit. Later, many genius disciples were lost, and no one in the divine martial sect dared to cultivate this trash Heart Sutra, because cultivating the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra was the same as ruining their lives. How could they talk about becoming an expert? No one would have thought that Lin Fei would walk all the way to the end. If he slowly grinded it out, perhaps he could become a Xian Shi cultivator in the future. Even if he became a Xian Shi cultivator, his lifespan would be greatly increased, and it was not something the 9th realm of the martial path could compare to. But now, Lin Fei was completely crippled, a real piece of trash. Even if he was strong now and could suppress others, his future was bleak. You actually cultivated the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra? Zhang Fenglang's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Zhang Fenglang knew how terrifying this Heart Sutra was. At the same level, no matter what fist technique, when used, its power would increase by a lot. No wonder it could fight against him. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Lin Fei, do not have much talent. If I don't cultivate the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra, do you want me to cultivate other Heart Sutras? The heavens did not let me down. I finally cultivated the 9 Revolutions Xian Shi. Even if I wasted my entire life, you will definitely be trampled under my feet today. 8 Desolation, 6 Combination Fist. Lin Fei displayed the 8 Desolation, 6 Combination Fist again. His face revealed a very angry expression. Ever since he cultivated the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra, Lin Fei had always been thinking about how to avoid such a thing. The words that were said outside fell into his heart without exception. Lin Fei immediately felt enlightened. The problem that had been troubling him was immediately resolved. In the Divine Force sect, no one would doubt him anymore. Why was his strength stronger than others? The 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra was originally stronger than others. Why should he worry about others suspecting him? Lin Fei, stop. I don't care about Zhang Zhongshan anymore. One cultivated the 9 Revolutions Heart Sutra, and his martial arts were tyrannical. The Divine Force sect had already verified it. Now that Lin Fei displayed his powerful fist technique and directly suppressed Zhang Fenglang, it was impossible to continue sparring. It was completely looking for abuse. Zhang Fenglang regretted meeting a madman like Lin Fei. One exchanged his future for a short period of martial arts realm. What a terrifying person he would become. If this continued, sooner or later he would be beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Chapter 33. P.S. If you have a ticket, Please vote for Monday's battle of honor roll. How could this be? Doesn't Senior Zhang have the strength of the fifth sky of the martial path? How could the Trash 9 Revolution mental art be as powerful as the rumors say? Terrifying, so terrifying. Lin Fei has really gone mad. If he's not mad, then what else could it be? If he's not a profound practitioner, he'll never be a true expert. I can't understand why he would cultivate a trash mental art just for a moment of pleasure. If there's no problem, Lin Fei's strength will increase by leaps and bounds soon. The 9 Revolution mental art is extremely difficult to learn, but once it's learned, the number of levels will increase very quickly. Who knows, there might be another expert in the outer sect, even if it's temporary. The outer sect disciples who didn't think much of it at first were all dumbfounded. The power of the 9 Revolution mental art shocked them once again. Many of the outer sect disciples didn't take the previous words seriously at all. They all knew how strong Lin Fei was. Now that he had only cultivated a trash mental art, his strength was suppressed by Zhang Fenglang, who was at the fifth sky of the martial path. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Fenglang's defeat was inevitable. Lin Fei, who was at the fourth sky of the martial path, had beaten Zhang Fenglang with his Xian Qi. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The 9 Revolution mental art was immediately coveted by many. Unfortunately, as they learned more about it, it was extremely difficult to learn. Those who didn't have a strong comprehension ability couldn't learn it at all. Lin Fei really didn't know what kind of dogshit luck he had. Among the crowd, some people almost flew into a rage. How could this be? Lin Fei is a trash. How could he succeed in cultivating a trash mental art? Why? Zhang Zhongshan's face was gloomy, looking very scary. He was like a furious lion that could bite people at any time, making people not dare to look at him. They thought that Lin Fei was done for. Facing Zhang Fenglang's attack, serious injuries were the lightest. Now they couldn't think of anything. As a family disciple, Zhang Zhongshan had some understanding of trash mental arts. He had thought about it before, but after knowing that his achievements were limited, he no longer paid attention. Now that he heard that Lin Fei had cultivated the 9 Revolutions Xian Qi, Zhang Zhongshan was undoubtedly very dissatisfied. All along, Zhang Zhongshan had never taken Lin Fei, the trash, seriously. Now that the trash had made a comeback and was in charge of the stage, his face was filled with resentment when he thought of his embarrassing performance on the stage. Zhang Zhongshan's expression was extremely ugly, and so was Li Xiao, because they had never thought that Lin Fei would practice the 9 Revolutions mental cultivation method, which was known as a useless mental cultivation method, just for a moment of pleasure. In the end, he really succeeded in cultivating the 9 Revolutions Qi. What kind of dogshit luck does Lin Fei have? He even managed to successfully cultivate the 9 Revolutions mental cultivation method. We must find a way to kill him. A trash like him doesn't deserve to climb over our heads. Li Xiao's face was gloomy as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Lin Fei has cultivated the 9 Revolutions mental cultivation method. For the time being, we are not his match. However, this matter will not end like this. So what if he has cultivated the 9 Revolutions mental cultivation method? He is only at the 4th sky of martial path. Once my brother has mastered the Xian Qi, he will definitely teach Lin Fei a lesson. The two of them were not idiots. They did not dare to stay any longer. If they met again, it would not be a good thing. It was better to leave first, even if they were unwilling. Return of the 8 Desolations. Lin Fei's huge fist brought a gust of wind as it landed on Zhang Fenglang's shoulder. The strong impact caused Zhang Fenglang to spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He staggered and almost lost his balance. Brother Zhang, this punch is not bad, right? Total annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, another punch landed on Zhang Fenglang's back. Intense pain spread through Zhang Fenglang's body. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, unable to withstand the pain. How can this be? Lin Fei is just a piece of trash. How can I lose? I'm a 5th sky of martial path expert. How can I lose? Impossible. Zhang Fenglang couldn't believe that he had lost so miserably. His body couldn't block the attacks, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lin Fei, don't go too far. Zhang Fengling blocked with his left and right hands. His eyes were filled with anger. If he could kill, he would have killed Lin Fei many times over. Haha, I'm going too far. You're the one who's going too far. Lin Fei laughed heartily. The 8 Desolation fist landed on Zhang Fenglong's arm. 9 Revolution Mantra. Lin Fei had reached the 4th sky of martial path. Xian Qi was abundant in his body, and his meridians had expanded. The power of the 8 Desolation fist had more than doubled. Zhang Fenglong's defense was not as strong as Lin Fei's. Facing the 8 Desolation fist and the 9 Revolution Mantra, he was doomed. You guys bullied me in the past, I admit it. But now you still dare to pester me. Do you think I'm a pushover? Bam, bam, bam. Zhang Fenglong's arms were fractured. His face was filled with pain. Let me tell you, if your Zhang clan dares to cause trouble again, I don't mind crippling all of you. Don't think I won't do it. Another cracking sound came from Zhang Fenglong's chest. He flew out like a kite with a broken string. Lin Fei, you will regret this. Zhang Fengling fell to the ground. His body was in so much pain that he could not get up. Unfortunately, before he could get up, everyone was shocked by Lin Fei's actions. This was because Lin Fei had used his movement skill and appeared beside Zhang Fengling, kicking him out. I always mean what I say. I'll go out lying down, and I'll go out lying down. Zhang Fengling once again felt like he was a flying man. He crashed into the crowd and knocked down many outer sect disciples. Most of them were clan disciples. Now you can get out of my sight. No one had thought that Lin Fei would be so cruel. He had injured Zhang Fengling in front of everyone. With his injuries, he would not be able to get out of bed for at least a month. Lin Fei, you injured senior brother Zhang Fengling. Don't think that you will get away with it. The Divine Martial Sect is not a place where people like you can be arrogant. You will soon know how much you regret your actions. One of the family's disciples said in a threatening manner. Seeing Zhang Fengling being supported, Lin Fei's heart was filled with an indescribable excitement. He had beaten Zhang Fengling, who was at the 5th heaven of the martial path, to this extent, and he had only used 70% of his Xian Qi. This was more terrifying than he had imagined. If you have the ability, bring it on. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will beat you up too. Lin Fei glared at them. A cruel aura was released from his body, causing their expressions to change. Lin Fei, just you wait. Chapter 34. Zhang Fengling had come with a group of people, only to return in disappointment. This was something no one had expected. Losing to Lin Fei, who was at level 5, was like a big bomb. Everyone couldn't recover from it for a while. It would soon spread like wildfire among the outer sect disciples. What shocked them was that junior brother Lin Fei had cultivated the 9 Revolutions Xian Qi. The strength of the 9 Revolutions mantra was also beyond everyone's imagination. A useless mantra could have such a heaven-defying transformation. Many people were moved and almost flocked to it. Unfortunately, a useless mantra was still a useless mantra. The outer sect disciples didn't dare to cultivate it. In the Xintian continent, they couldn't become Xian practitioners. They were destined to be powerhouses and could only live in a small place for the rest of their lives. As a result, the determination of the outer sect disciples was extinguished. If they couldn't become Xian practitioners, so what if they became the strongest among the outer sect disciples? When they met a Xian practitioner, the gap was obvious. Lin Fei had cultivated a useless mantra. Among them, the one who was least worried was the master. The 9 Revolutions mantra was a useless mantra of the Divine Force sect. Everyone knew that. Only those who didn't pay attention would think this useless mantra was a real Xian skill. Little Lin, why do you have to do this? The expert had a worried look on his face and did not know what to say. He had a feeling that iron would not dare to become steel. Lin Fei knew what the master was thinking and smiled. Senior brother Gao, you don't have to worry. Who said that cultivating a useless mantra will not make you a Xian practitioner? There are too many miracles in this world. Who knows when a miracle will befall you? It's better than being bullied by them all the time. The master didn't refute because Lin Fei had hit the nail on the head. Being bullied all the time, why not take advantage of the limited time and do something beneficial. For example, beating them up? No matter what you cultivate, you will always be my junior brother. The master immediately understood and patted Lin Fei's shoulder with a resolute face. Senior brother Gao, take this low-grade yellow-rank Xian art and cultivate it. It just so happens that you're lacking a powerful Xian art. In any case, I've already cultivated it, so a yellow-ranked Xian art will be of great use to you. How can that be? You won it with your own hands. Otherwise, why would they attack you? I didn't even help at all. I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. The expert was slightly startled, feeling like he'd been scared to death. Lin Fei was not a stingy person. The divine strength of an expert was astonishing. Sooner or later, he would become a profound practitioner. It would not be wrong to invest a little. He believed in his own judgment. Senior brother, what kind of relationship do you have with me? There's no need to be so polite. If it wasn't for the fact that you've always helped me, I wouldn't have the chance to stand here right now. In any case, a yellow class cultivation technique is useless to me. If you really feel bad about it, when you've successfully cultivated it, you can help me sell it. In fact, a yellow rank mysterious art was very important to a martial artist who was just starting out. After talking for a while, the expert was no match for Lin Fei. Even when he placed the yellow-ranked mysterious art broken jade hand in his heart, the expert still felt like he was dreaming. The value of a yellow-ranked mysterious art was clear in the expert's heart. The way he looked at Lin Fei changed. Unknowingly, a seed was planted in his heart, and the relationship between the two became closer. A yellow-ranked mysterious art is useless to me, but in the future, I'll get a helper. It's not a bad return. Just like what he said, a yellow-ranked mysterious art. Lin Fei really did not take it to heart. With the leveling system, the future was destined to be smooth sailing. His strength increased even faster. In less than a month, he was close to the fifth sky of the martial path. His xianqi could form bundles and attack people through the air. Such an achievement could be said to be an experienced genius among the outer sect disciples. No one could compare to him. Returning to the small courtyard, Lin Fei knew that today's events would soon spread. His strength had increased, and he was not suspected. It was as if a stone was removed from his heart, and his whole body relaxed. Up until now, Lin Fei was most worried that his change would be noticed by others. In the Xintian continent, the strong preyed on the weak. If he was found out that he had a leveling system, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare in their eyes. Sooner or later, it would be nipped in the bud. The problem that he had been worried about all this time was solved so easily. It was completely beyond Lin Fei's imagination. To be honest, this simple method was too easy. It was as if there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Zhang Fenglong's strength is very strong. Unfortunately, I attacked him at close range. If I used xianqi to attack people through the air, it would definitely be more difficult to deal with him. Defeating Zhang Fenglong did not make Lin Fei proud of himself. In the Xintian continent, the fifth sky of the martial path was just a dividing line between the lower levels of martial arts. If he was proud of himself because of this, then Lin Fei would have to be out of his mind to think that way. The 8 Desolation Fist is a third-grade mysterious art. When used with the 9 Revolutions mysterious chi, it is no less than a first-grade mysterious art. Could it be that the 9 Revolutions mantra can increase the power of mysterious arts? Lin Fei couldn't help but think about the pros and cons of this mantra. Searching for the missing 9 Revolutions mantra. Could it be because this mantra is a special mysterious art mantra? The power of the 8 Desolation Fist and the broken jade hand was beyond imagination. Anyone who is not stupid would be able to see through it. Even though Lin Fei was a person who was good at thinking, the mysteries of the 9 Revolutions mantra were not something that could be seen in a short amount of time. Zhang Fenglong lost to me, so he won't be fighting again for a while. With the 9 Revolutions mantra, I should have enough time to focus on training. I should first increase my strength to the 5th sky of the martial path. When that time comes, I can use xianqi to attack people through the air and then face off against someone at the 5th sky of the martial path. That evening, an unfamiliar guest arrived at Lin Fei's residence. The guest was dressed in the outer sect disciple uniform. Under the green robe, he looked transparent and shrewd. The moment he opened his mouth, he was very friendly, as if he was very familiar with Lin Fei. My surname is Wen, and my name is Wen Tian. First of all, I would like to congratulate junior brother Lin Fei for defeating Zhang Fenglang. Lin Fei was slightly startled. He didn't know this person at all. He couldn't help but reply, "It was just a fluke. I guess the one who loses next time will be me." Wen Tian laughed. Whether it's luck or not, junior brother Lin Fei was able to defeat Zhang Fenglang, who was at the fifth sky of the martial path. This is really a good thing. Today, I especially bring you good news. I think junior brother Lin Fei will be very happy when the time comes. Even if Zhang Fenglang comes again in the future, he won't dare to act rashly. Senior brother Wen, please speak. Chapter 35. Strong your mom, strong your whole family, strong your ancestors. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. How could he not know what senior brother Wen Tian meant? The strongest? Only a fool would have such an idea. So what if he was the strongest in the outer sect? Lin Fei didn't believe that they would be so kind as to invite him to become a member. After hearing the news, there must be a monster behind it. Before obtaining the level-up system, Lin Fei was an inconspicuous existence among the outer sect disciples. If it wasn't for his victory in the arena and the news of him successfully cultivating the 9 revolution mantra, no one would know that he was an outer sect disciple. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know what was going on. Zhang Fenglang was defeated by him in the day, and someone immediately came to invite him to join the organization. He didn't need to think to know that Wen Tian wasn't so kind. There were many outer sect disciples in the divine martial sect. In order to not be bullied, they created organizations one after another. Among the outer sect disciples, once there was a powerful expert, they would usually be recruited by the outer sect disciples and become a member of the organization. Lin Fei knew about Chun Xiaosheng. He was a martial artist in the divine martial sect's outer sect who had reached the 8th level of the martial path and formed the protective aura. He was famous in the outer sect, so it was impossible not to know him. Senior brother Wen Tian, I'm sorry, but I don't have any intention of joining the organization for the time being. Lin Fei rejected politely. Unless he was an idiot, he would never agree to it. Lin Fei didn't like to be restrained by others. In the day, he spread the news, and in the evening, he was invited. It was obvious that they wanted him to be their fighter. What bullshit *T experts? They were all flashy existences. Therefore, Lin Fei wouldn't join the organization no matter how tempting it was. If he rejected coldly, it would be equivalent to offending the outer sect disciples. Lin Fei wouldn't do that. Therefore, he spoke politely. He didn't want to offend them in order to gain more time to cultivate. What? You don't want to join? Wen Tian couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Fei would be so insensible. Wen Tian didn't care about a mere disciple at the 4th sky of the martial path. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the 9 revolution mantra, they wouldn't even care about him. The 9 revolution heart sutra was powerful in the outer sect, but that was all. They had hopes of breaking through to the profound practitioner realm. Lin Fei, who cultivated a trashy heart sutra, could at most be treated as a hired thug. And so, tonight's scene appeared. Before coming here, Wen Tian had thought that once he brought up senior brother Chun Xiaosheng's name, Lin Fei would definitely agree immediately, and an expert would immediately appear in the organization. Although he would have to pay a certain price, the effect would undoubtedly be significant. I appreciate senior brother Wen Tian's good intentions, Lin Fei said indifferently, once again refusing. Wen Tian wasn't willing to give up. If he couldn't invite Lin Fei into the organization, he would be laughed at by the others when he returned. His tone sank. Junior brother Lin, you have to think this through. Don't regret it. If you join the organization, you will no longer be alone. If you want pills, if you want weapons, if you want cultivation techniques, the organization will provide you with them. The benefits are unimaginable. Hearing this, Lin Fei heard the temptation in the other party's words. If it was the previous master, he would definitely agree, but Lin Fei wouldn't be tempted by the small benefits. Junior brother's strength is too low right now, and I really can't help much. If I want to join, I will definitely take the initiative to contact you. But now, junior brother really doesn't want to join. Sure enough, you have a stubborn temper. The rumors are true. No wonder you ran to cultivate the 9 Revolution Heart Sutra. I really don't know what kind of dog shit luck you have. When Tion cursed in his heart, it would be a great honor for senior brother Chun to invite someone. But in the end, Lin Fei didn't care about it, which made Wen Tion unhappy. Forget it then. I hope that junior brother Lin won't regret it in the future. Wen Tion left with a face full of anger. After sending Wen Tion off, Lin Fei could clearly feel the threat in the last sentence. It was clear that his actions this time had annoyed them, and he had undoubtedly offended an earth energy expert among the outer disciples. In front of him was the Zhang clan, Li clan, and behind him was an outer disciple. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Right after when Tion left, a few other outer sanctum senior brothers came. They all represented the organizations behind them and invited Lin Fei to join them. Moreover, they promised him all kinds of benefits. Lin Fei had long guessed that there was something fishy about it. How could he agree to it, as they thought? He politely rejected them all. Anyway, he had offended these outer disciples. Knowing this, Lin Fei didn't regret it at all. If he depended on others, he would never have freedom. Moreover, they didn't intend to treat him as a master, but as a thug. Now, Lin Fei needed time to cultivate. The next day, in the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei had cultivated the 9 Revolutions Qi, which immediately became a big news. Undoubtedly, Lin Fei's actions once again became a joke. Although the 9 Revolutions mental cultivation method was good, it required him to sacrifice his future. It was not worth it at all. Lin Fei was once again labeled as a madman. After defeating Zhang Fenglang, who was at the 5th heaven of martial path, they didn't dare to act rashly for fear of becoming the next target. The low-level disciples didn't dare to say anything, and the high-level outer disciples wouldn't be bored to make life difficult for a madman like Lin Fei. Anyway, Lin Fei's achievements would stop at the 9th heaven of martial path at most. As the person involved, Lin Fei once again put on a bloody clothes and began to be a butcher again. Lin Fei needed to level up. Although the slaughterhouse had a task quota, with Lin Fei's reputation, he didn't need to do much. Yi Huan immediately agreed, for fear of offending a madman like Lin Fei. She didn't dare to ask the reason and quickly arranged a position for him. Time flew by, and another 10 days passed. 3rd rank demonic beast, jungle leopard, obtained 40 experience points. 3rd rank demonic beast, jungle leopard, obtained 40 experience points. 2nd rank demonic beast, pine rat, obtained 30 experience points. In the slaughterhouse, Lin Fei had a room to himself, which was a special request. No one dared to doubt Lin Fei's label as a madman. Anyway, they all stayed far away from him, which saved them a lot of trouble. Whoosh! He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Fei showed a different smile on his face. 2nd rank demonic beast, pine rat, obtained 30 experience points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the level up experience points and successfully advancing to the 5th heaven of the martial path. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully advancing to the 5th heaven of the martial path. Obtained 1,500 taels of silver for the wind-like body technique. The familiar voice sounded again. Lin Fei understood that he had leveled up and reached the 5th heaven of the martial path. Finally, the 5th heaven of the martial path. He could feel the profound energy flowing through his body, thickening once more. With just a slight circulation of his profound energy, he could feel a cold aura seeping through the pores of his arms. The profound energy that had been unable to burst out of his body earlier suddenly shot out like a needle, piercing through the air with a piercing sound. Bang, bang, bang. Under the mysterious chi, the sturdy wooden stake directly exploded and turned into a dregs. Chapter 36. After leveling up, Lin Fei could not hide his joy. He immediately opened the leveling system and checked his attributes. Player, Lin Fei. Level 5 of the martial path. Distance from next leveling up, martial arts, saber technique, Expert level, Invincible Body of Vajra, intermediate level. Level 4 of 9 Revolution Mantra, expert level, 8 Desolation Fist. Intermediate level, Jade Breaking Hand. Combat skill, none at the moment. Treasure, none at the moment. Supernatural power, none at the moment. Mission, unknown mission, incomplete. System evaluation. Congratulations to Lin Fei for taking another important step forward. Keep up the good work and continue leveling up. Seeing the system evaluation, Lin Fei was already used to it. At least it was better than the previous evaluation. Damn, 300,000 experience points? Lin Fei's eyes widened. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. How'd he get 300,000 experience points? Compared to the previous level, it was 200,000 experience points higher. He could not help but be shocked. He subconsciously grabbed a rank 3 forest leopard. He attacked and killed it. Killed rank 3 forest leopard, gained 20 experience points. Lin Fei frowned and smiled bitterly. It's really the same as an online game. My character level increases, but my experience points decrease. Unwilling to give up, he tried to kill a rank 2 pinewood rat and gained 15 experience points. The experience points decreased by half, just like in an online game. The demon beast experience points are really too little. 300,000 experience points to level up and kill low-level demon beasts. I need at least 10 to 20,000 demon beasts. It is impossible for the Gate of Divine Force to have such a large number of demon beasts. It seems that I need to find another place to level up. Originally, he had been thinking about how to kill low-level demon beasts and reach the level 9 of the martial path. Now that he thought about it, it was just his wishful thinking. Regarding this, Lin Fei could not help but smile bitterly. Daydreams did not seem too reliable. Under the noon sun, on the tree-lined path leading to the reward area, voices could be heard. Damn, isn't he the crazy Lin Fei? What? The Lin Fei who cultivates the trash mental cultivation method? Did I hear it wrong? Shoo. Keep your voices down. Lin Fei is no longer the same as before. If you dare to speak like that again, be careful of that madman Lin Fei. He won't show any mercy. Don't forget Zhang Fenglong's lesson. F***ck. I almost forgot. Lin Fei has now cultivated the 9 revolutions profound qi. He is not someone that we low-level disciples can bully. That lunatic Lin Fei. Why isn't he cultivating? Why did he come to the bounty area? Don't say anymore. Let's go quickly. Be careful of trouble. On a tree-lined path, Outer Sanctum disciples came and went, because if they continued forward, they would reach the Divine Force Gate's reward area. Moments ago, the disciples had been chatting and laughing, but as soon as they saw Meng Hao appear, they quickly left. It was as if they had run into a demon king, and they didn't dare to stay for even half a step. F***ck. Why are you running? I don't eat people. When the green-robed Lin Fei appeared and looked at the departing Outer Sect disciples, he rubbed his nose and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was in a very good mood. I guess I won't be able to get rid of this lunatic label in a short time. After advancing to the 5th heaven of the martial path, he spent 3 days to master the control of profound qi. Before the monthly competition started, Lin Fei decided to go to the bounty area to find a suitable mission for himself. Bounty area, a unique place in the Divine Force Gate. In layman's terms, through the bounty missions issued by the Divine Force Gate, one could obtain merit points after completing the mission. Through merit points, one could obtain various profound arts, weapons, and items of the Divine Force Gate. All kinds of bounty missions had always been popular among the Divine Force Gate disciples, be it low-level or high-level disciples. Bounty area, I hope you won't let me down. Looking at the 3 big words on the door, Lin Fei shook his head and walked into the bounty area building. As mentioned before, after the increase in strength, low-level demonic beasts couldn't satisfy the need to level up. After some searching, Lin Fei found a way to increase his strength. Bounty mission: hunt demonic beasts and obtain merit points. Bounty area hall. When Lin Fei came in, he was surprised to find that the entire bounty hall was full of people. Outer disciples were constantly coming and going, all of them here for the bounty missions. The bounty hall was like an auction house. All kinds of bounty missions were hung on a long horizontal bar, fluttering like colorful flags. It was a dazzling sight. Look, look, isn't that senior brother Yang Tian? To think that he really killed the rank 7 blood iron crocodile. The skin of the blood iron crocodile is worth 20,000 taels of silver. That's nothing. It's just a rank 7 blood iron crocodile. Yesterday, senior brother Meng Tian personally plucked a rainbow flower from the Blackwater Mountain Range. It's worth 30,000 taels of silver. It can't be, right? A rainbow flower appeared in the Wind Moon Lake. There are groups of demonic beasts there. Senior brother Meng Tian is indeed an expert at the 7th level of the martial path. He even managed to pluck a rainbow flower. Lin Fei stood in the bounty hall. All kinds of bragging could be heard from time to time, and all of them were related to the bounty missions. Some were difficult, some were easy. There were countless of them, and Lin Yun was dazzled by them. 1-star mission. Head to the Black Mountain and look for 10 red heart stones. Reward: 10 contribution points and 100 taels of silver. 1-star mission. Head to the Snow Mountain Range and kill a snow demonic beast. Reward: 20 snow demonic beast skins. Reward: 50 contribution points and 1,000 taels of silver. 2-star mission. Head to the Blackwater Mountain Range and bring back a rank 5 demonic beast. Reward: 200 contribution points and 2,000 taels of silver. 3-star mission. Head to the Blackwater Mountain Range and kill a blood iron crocodile. Reward: 50 contribution points and 10,000 taels of silver. All kinds of bounty missions could be found everywhere in the bounty zone. Among the missions, the 1-star mission was the lowest and had the highest completion rate. It was suitable for cultivators at the 4th level of the martial path. The 9-star mission was the highest, and even inner disciples had to be careful. I've come to the right place. Lin Fei rejoiced. The bounty zone was suitable for him. Ever since the experience gained from killing low-rank demonic beasts decreased, Lin Fei had been thinking about how to increase his cultivation speed. The low-rank demonic beasts in the slaughterhouse were only rank 1 to rank 3. It wasn't suitable for him to level up. It took him more than 10 days to break through to the 5th level of the martial path from the 4th level of the martial path. Now that his experience had doubled, he had no idea when he would be able to level up again. Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. After some thought, he decided on a place. Blackwater Mountain Range. This place came into Lin Fei's sight. Blackwater Mountain Range was the land of demonic beasts. There were many demonic beasts living here, be they low rank or high rank. Lin Fei was prepared to become an ascetic, so he came to the bounty zone to understand the Blackwater Mountain Range. At the same time, he could earn some food to purchase martial arts. Even though he had obtained quite a bit of silver from leveling up, it was still far from enough to purchase martial arts. Chapter 37. P.S. Dear, please give me a few recommendation tickets. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? You don't want to change the other missions? You know, this is a 3-star mission, Blackwater Mountain Range. Hunt a 5th rank monster, Wind Fire Bear. You are definitely not its match now. On the workbench, a good-looking girl in white couldn't help but remind him. A 5th rank monster, Wind Fire Bear, lived in a group in the Blackwater Mountain Range. It had a strong defense and could attack with both wind and fire attributes. It was very famous. Normally, outer sect disciples who had not reached the 6th tier of the martial path would not challenge this type of monster alone. No need. I'll accept the 3-star mission. Among the many missions, Lin Fei chose a 3-star mission. This was because the rewards for this mission were plentiful, and it could also increase his strength. The most important point of this mission was to train the Invincible Vajra body by challenging a group of demonic beasts and increasing his defensive capabilities. After registering the 3-star mission, Lin Fei turned around and left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Hey, you forgot to take something. Behind him, a girl's voice suddenly sounded. Something? Lin Fei suddenly realized that he really did forget to take something. It was information about the Wind Fire Bear. Lin Fei was only left behind by the previous Lin Fei, so he didn't know much about the reward area. It was normal to ignore information. Sure enough, the woman handed over a document with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Junior brother, the wind fire bear is not that easy to deal with. Senior sister still advises you to give up this mission. You have to understand that if the mission fails, merit points will be deducted. If you lose merit points, it will affect your mystic arts. Yellow rank mystic arts exchange. The girl on a workbench was about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a light white dress. Her appearance was not outstanding, but she was a rare beauty. There was a faint smile on her cherry lips, exuding the vibe of a young girl. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. I like all kinds of challenges. Only when there is a challenge can there be a variety of life. Lin Fei said with a smile. He took the document and left. The girl in white snorted. One arrogant brat. Let me advise you. If you don't give me face, I'll curse you bad luck. As soon as she finished speaking, another woman appeared behind the white-clothed girl. Soon after, an ethereal voice rang out, like the tinkling sound of a stream flowing between mountains and rivers. Yu, what are you angry about? Sister Qingyu, you're out. The white-clothed girl ran out and hugged the green-clothed girl. She looked very unhappy, which attracted many envious and jealous gazes. They wished they could be that girl. Of course, if I didn't come out, how would I know? Our Yu seems to have taken a fancy to someone. Could it be that she's thinking about men? The green-robed woman smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. Sister Qingyu, you're so bad. You're the one who wants a man. Exiting the bounty area. Outside, there were still many people coming to the bounty area to accept bounty missions. They were striving to complete all kinds of missions and obtain enough merit points or large amounts of silver. The mysterious heavenly mainland was a world of martial artists. If a martial artist wanted to stand out and shake the entire continent, they would need to learn all kinds of powerful mystic arts. The most important thing was to gain a foothold. Yellow rank mystic arts were secondary. As an outer sect disciple, cultivating a mystic art that was suitable for them would require an astronomical amount of silver and merit points. A second grade or third grade mystic art would cost a few thousand silver. A yellow rank mystic art would cost more than 10,000 silver. Just the amount of money spent on Xian arts would be a terrifying figure. If a martial artist didn't cultivate enough mystic arts, he would be at a disadvantage when facing an enemy. If two people had the same strength, the other party would be able to suppress the other party with a few mystic arts and a yellow rank mystic art. In the divine martial sect, if a disciple of a family or a disciple of a poor family wanted to obtain a mystic art, they would need to earn all kinds of merit points. That was why the bounty area was so prosperous. The divine martial sect allowed its disciples to complete all kinds of missions. Both parties would benefit from it. Lin Fei understood that because of the girl's warning, ordinary people wouldn't dare to deal with the windfire bear. It was very dangerous. One might even die on it. Who asked a low-rank demonic beast to give me so little experience points? Why would I hunt a 5th-rank demonic beast? I'm just looking for trouble. What a pity. All right, that girl seems pretty good. She's pink and cute. If I can hook up with her and have a taste of her, that would be great. Lin Fei, you're finally willing to come out. It's not in vain that I've been waiting for you here. Just as Lin Fei was indulging in his fantasies, a deep voice filled with anger came from the front. The angry voice immediately attracted the attention of many disciples, because this was the entrance of the bounty area. Heavens, isn't that Lin Fei? Lin Fei is nothing. Why don't you take a look and see who is standing there? Who is it? Is he worth... what? Why is he here? Is he here for Lin Fei? How could senior brother Zhang Wanshan appear here? Isn't there a rumor recently that he's cultivating a mystic art? Could it be because of his younger brother Zhang Zhongshan? It must be so. Lin Fei once showed his strength and injured Zhang Zhongshan. Then he defeated Zhang Fenglang. I didn't expect that he would force Zhang Wanshan, an outer sect expert, to come out. Lin Fei is going to be unlucky. Once senior brother Zhang Wanshan is angry, no one can withstand his anger. When the eyes of the outer sect disciples fell on the young man who was emitting a cold aura, they all subconsciously shivered. It was as if they were in the depths of a world of ice and snow. They couldn't help but leave this area. Avoid the cold aura. Zhang Wanshan, 8th heavenly layer of the martial path, an aura chi expert. When this name was mentioned, there was no one who didn't know it. Anyone who reached the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path and had aura chi protecting their body had a chance of becoming a Xian cultivator. Since Zhang Wanshan personally came out, everyone present understood what was going on. Senior brother Zhang Zhongshan, could it be that your injuries are almost healed and you want to continue to recuperate? If so, I won't be polite. A smile appeared on Lin Fei's face, revealing his pure white teeth. He took a step forward and said something that was unbelievable. Did Lin Fei eat the wrong medicine? The one who scolded Lin Fei was Zhang Zhongshan, who was recovering from his injuries. Don't come over. Stand still and don't move. Hearing this, Zhang Zhongshan's eyes flashed with fear. He subconsciously took a step back. It was only one step, but exposed the fear in his heart. He lost to the trash Lin Fei. His big brother's helper, Zhang Fenglang, was also defeated. Now he was lying in bed, recuperating. He subconsciously felt fear towards Lin Fei, but even he didn't know it. Lin Fei didn't care about Zhang Zhongshan. When he saw this guy recover so quickly, he couldn't help but be surprised. He really deserved to have an outer sect expert as a big brother. After taking a healing pill, his injuries were healed at a godly speed. His gaze turned towards a certain person. His expression slightly changed, and his heart sank. This person should be Zhang Wanshan, an aura chi protection expert. Among the outer sect disciples, he is ranked in the top 30. He is Zhang Zhongshan's big brother. In his field of vision, there was a young man who looked similar to Zhang Zhongshan. He was as cold as an ice mountain, and the cold aura around him was oppressive. Before he got close, the cold aura attacked, and unknowingly, an empty space appeared. Chapter 38. The person who came was indeed Zhang Wanshan, Zhang Zhongshan's elder brother, who was at the 8th sky of the martial path. Trash, what a disgrace. Get out of the way and stand still. Zhang Wanshan's voice was like a great bell, majestic and powerful. A cold light flashed on his face, causing Zhang Zhongshan's body to tremble. He glared at Lin Fei with a venomous gaze, then unwillingly retreated to the side. As for his elder brother, no matter how arrogant Zhang Zhongshan was, he knew that without his elder brother's support, he was nothing among the outer sect disciples. His 4th sky of the martial path was nothing to him. Facing his elder brother, he didn't dare to talk back. Instead, he vented all his anger on that trash, Lin Fei. Elder brother, beat him to death and cripple him. Damn, this is an unlucky year. Why is Zhang Wanshan here? Lin Fei's face was calm, but his heart skipped a beat. That was the sole reaction left by the previous Lin Fei, which was still affecting him. Outer sect, 8th sky of the martial path. Xian Shi turned into a shield, invincible defense. Every outer sect disciple was a famous figure. For someone like Lin Fei to meet Zhang Wanshan didn't even need to make a move to make him defenseless. He was currently at the 5th sky of the martial path, and he had learned the invincible body of Vajra and the 9-turn Heart Sutra. His fighting strength had increased tremendously, but he was still not Zhang Wanshan's opponent. The gap between them couldn't be made up in a short period of time. It's a pity I don't have enough time. If I had enough time, so what if they are at the 8th sky of the martial path? I will still step on them. Lin Fei couldn't help but clench his fists. Time. Zhang Wanshan's appearance. Lin Fei could easily guess what it was for. He was here to take revenge for Zhang Zhongshan, and he would definitely vent his anger on him. Zhang Wanshan moved, step by step. Every step he took was extremely slow. A powerful aura shot up to the sky, like a dark cloud covering the sky, shrouding Lin Fei's body. It was like an endless sea wave that swept over, making it hard for him to breathe. What is the sky? Zhang Wanshan is the mountain. What was an ant? Lin Fei was an ant. What a powerful aura. Is this the aura of someone at the 8th level of the martial path? Lin Fei desperately ran the 9 revolutions chi. His face was solemn, and he struggled desperately. The tyrannical momentum pressed down like a mountain, and his legs subconsciously knelt on the ground. Kneel down and apologize. Lin Fei instantly understood Zhang Wanshan's vicious scheme. If he knelt today, he would be completely finished. Today's humiliation would remain in his heart, and in the future, there would be inner demons in his cultivation. Apologize? Impossible. I, Lin Fei, have only ever knelt before my parents. Don't even think about making me kneel before this world. Zhang Wanshan, you're even more out of the question. Lin Fei roared in his heart. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sound could be heard. He revealed a look of defiance. Concede defeat? Impossible. Lin Fei's back, which was originally unable to straighten, once again stood upright against the mountain-like aura. His feet were rooted to the ground, like a pine tree on a high mountain, unafraid of the wind, the rain, and everything in the world. His blood was boiling, but Lin Fei forcefully held on, not allowing himself to vomit blood. Zhang Wanshan took another step forward, and his majestic aura pressed down again. His face revealed a bit of surprise. A mere guy at the 5th level of the martial path could actually withstand his aura. No wonder he could defeat his useless brother. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan, could it be that you want to challenge me? Lin Fei, who was bitterly holding on, suddenly asked in a loud voice. As soon as his voice came out, Zhang Wanshan's aura was completely at ease, as if it had never appeared. The pressure on everyone's heads disappeared. What a cunning kid. Zhang Wanshan truly hated Lin Fei, a trash from the Lin family, provoking the Zhang family time and time again. Not only did he injure his brother, but even if Zhang Chongshan didn't live up to expectations, he was still his brother, and not just anyone could teach him a lesson. If that was all, Zhang Wanshan wouldn't be so angry. Zhang Fenglang had helped out, and in the end, he was heavily injured. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Zhang Wanshan wanted to beat Lin Fei to death. A mere middle-ranked martial artist, even if he didn't die, he would still make Lin Fei a real piece of trash. Originally, he wanted to use his aura to make Lin Fei kneel on the ground, to redeem himself from the slap he made a few days ago. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei was too cunning, and he had no choice but to give up his aura. Lin Fei, you're good, very good, but you don't have a right to make me do anything. Zhang Wanshan's eyes were like knives, staring at Lin Fei. Although the word good seemed like a compliment, it sent chills down people's spines. His entire body was under immense pressure. What a domineering aura. Just one aura alone made the blood in my body churn, and I was almost injured, as expected of a high-ranked martial artist. Lin Fei gasped for breath, his face pale. That aura just now almost made him kneel on the ground. If he let this aura press down on him again, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to withstand it. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. With such a powerful aura, it was impossible for him to fight against Zhang Wanshan, unless he had enough time. So what if Zhang Wanshan was at the 8th sky of the martial path? As long as he had enough time. Even if Lin Fei was a cultivator, Lin Fei was confident that he would step on Zhang Wanshan sooner or later. Right now, what Lin Fei lacked the most was time. As long as he had enough time, with the help of the level-up system, he would definitely beat Zhang Wanshan, who was at the 8th sky of the martial path, like a dead dog. I can't go on like this. Zhang Wanshan is definitely here to cause trouble for me. If I can't do it in one move, he must have some other plan. I need to gain the upper hand first. Lin Fei wasn't a reckless person. He immediately understood the situation he was in. What he needed to do now was to break out of this situation. If he didn't break out of this situation, it would be a dead end. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan, you don't have to make a move, but I want to challenge you in 3 months. Lin Fei said with a straight face. 3 months later, it's the semi-annual competition. I will beat you like a dead dog in the ranking competition and make you a stepping stone for me to step into the inner sect. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan, do you dare to accept my challenge? His loud and clear voice was transmitted through the profound qi and fell into the ears of all the disciples. Outside the bounty area, there were no less than 100 or even 1,000 disciples. Lin Fei's voice could be heard clearly by those who weren't deaf. Challenge senior brother Zhang Wanshan. Lin Fei's way to break out of the situation. Thinking about it, senior brother Zhang Wanshan wouldn't make a move against him. Even if he was furious, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Now, Lin Fei still lacked time, and this was the time to break out of the situation. In 3 months, even if he couldn't reach the 8th sky of the martial path, the difference wasn't big. Lin Fei was confident that he could defeat Zhang Wanshan. He would make a name for himself among the outer sect disciples. It was just as Lin Fei had guessed. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Wanshan's brows instantly furrowed and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He didn't expect that Lin Fei would be so cunning as to challenge him. His heart was filled with anger. If it was somewhere else, Zhang Wanshan definitely wouldn't care and would kill the other party with one slap. Now that there were many outer sect disciples, if he fought again today and defeated Lin Fei, who was at the 5th sky of the martial path, he would definitely become the joke of the entire outer sect the next day. Zhang Wanshan couldn't afford to lose. The anger in his heart was like a volcano, and he couldn't wait to kill Lin Fei immediately. At this time, Zhang Wanshan regretted not making a move in the first place. Instead, he was put under siege by Lin Fei. For the sake of his face, he wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Fei for at least 3 months. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit blood. A dignified 8th sky of the martial path couldn't even deal with a kid. Lin Fei, consider yourself lucky. You might be able to hide from me today, but I do not believe that you will be able to do the same in 3 months' time. I hope that you will not disappoint me at that time. I will personally cripple you and turn you into a true trash. Zhang Wanshan snorted coldly, turned around and left. Chapter 39. Zhang Wanshan turned around and left. Lin Fei also turned around and left. He didn't want to be surrounded by people like a monkey and disappear in the blink of an eye. Crazy, Lin Fei is really crazy. This is unbelievable. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan has already reached the 8th sky of the martial path. It is said that in the next 1 or 2 years, he might become a profound practitioner. Lin Fei is only at the 4th sky of the martial path. Does he really think he can compete with Zhang Wanshan? Doesn't he know the difference between the two? He is simply courting death. He's probably daydreaming. Previously, he had defeated Zhang Zhongshan and Zhang Fenglang consecutively. His confidence is off the charts, and he thinks that he could defeat Zhang Wanshan. Who knows? He might regret it later. There are less than 3 months left until the outer disciple competition. Even if Lin Fei is practicing the 9 Revolution Mental Sutra, I'm afraid he can't improve his strength quickly. Or maybe Lin Fei has some skills that he hasn't used yet. Can he compete with Zhang Wanshan? Let's wait and see. If Lin Fei is smart, he will take the initiative to leave the Divine Force sect. Maybe he can exchange for a chance of survival. There are many injured disciples in the outer disciple competition. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan will definitely not miss this opportunity. A group of outer disciples were all discussing. Most of them didn't support Lin Fei. As everyone knew, it wasn't the first time that a middle-rank warrior challenged a high-rank warrior in the Divine Force sect. However, the success rate was very low. Even if it did happen, it was due to various coincidences. In summary, there was still an insurmountable gap between high rank and middle rank. Could Lin Fei do it? They couldn't believe it. The chance of success was very small. Damn guy, he's so stupid. No wonder he wants to go to the Blackwater Mountain to kill demonic beasts. What a waste of my kindness to remind him. Zhang Yuyu pouted and said angrily, "Is that Lin Fei? The one who practices the 9 Revolution Mental Sutra?" No one knew when Li Qingyu and Zhang Yuyu had appeared at the door. The commotion outside had attracted their attention. The two beautiful scenery attracted the attention of many disciples. However, no one dared to take the initiative to talk to them. He is Lin Fei. Lin Fei who cultivated a trashy mental cultivation method. No wonder he's so arrogant. Zhang Yuyu came to a sudden realization. Among the outer court disciples, Lin Fei was temporarily in a position that no one did not know. "Yuyu, don't talk nonsense." Li Qingyu scolded. The 9 Revolutions cultivation method is rumored to be a powerful cultivation method from another dynasty. If we can make up for its flaws, It will become an existence that cannot be ignored in the future. We can't come to a conclusion so easily now. Who knows what will happen in the future? In the future, it's wrong to judge people by their appearance. Those who can cultivate the 9 revolutions, Xian, Qi, usually have extremely strong comprehension ability. Zhang Yu sniffed with her cute nose, tilted her head, and asked, I've heard of Zhang Wanshan. He's at the 8th level of the martial path. Sister Qingyu, do you think highly of that Lin Fei? Feeling. That works. After leaving the bounty area, after returning to his residence, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. He started to pack his daily necessities, preparing ahead to the Blackwater Mountain Range. He had a plan ahead for today's matter. Half an hour later, the master and Zhao Hu heard the news and hurried over. Little Lin, are you really going to challenge that guy Zhang Wanshan? The master was originally practicing the broken jade hand. After hearing the news, he was shocked and immediately put down what he was doing and ran over to help Lin Fei. I have no choice. If I didn't challenge Zhang Wanshan, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. Lin Fei smiled bitterly and told the master everything from beginning to end. As for hunting demonic beasts to level up, he directly hit it. The master said angrily, Zhang Wanshan is really a bastard. He's at the 8th level of the martial path, but he personally attacked you for a younger brother. Isn't he afraid of being looked down upon by the other outer court disciples? Isn't he afraid of losing face? Senior brother Lin Fei, are you really going to fight with Zhang Wanshan? Zhao Hu's eyes were full of admiration. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei had defeated Zhang Zhongshan, defeated Zhang Fenglang, and now he was going to challenge Zhang Wanshan. This was something unimaginable. Among the outer court disciples, who knew how many lower-level disciples saw Lin Fei as an idol. Let's see how it goes, Lin Fei said carelessly, afraid that the master wouldn't be able to accept it. Lin, I know a few senior brothers, and they all have their own societies. If you want to join, I can introduce you to them. With their help, Zhang Wanshan wouldn't dare to not give you face, unless he doesn't want to stay in the outer sect anymore. Lin Fei shook his head and said tactfully, We'll talk about this later. I'll be going to the Blackwater Mountain Range to train. I wonder if there's a problem with not participating in the monthly competition? It's not a big problem. You're at the 4th level of the martial path now. You can register, and you should be able to pass. In this aspect, the master obviously knew more than Lin Fei. The Blackwater Mountain Range is full of danger. Do you really want to go? I'm at the 4th level of the martial path now. I haven't gone through all kinds of training yet. I heard that there are all kinds of low-level demonic beasts in the outskirts of the Blackwater Mountain Range. It's a good opportunity for me to train. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. The master looked at Lin Fei and didn't say anything. As for the unexpected gains, he obviously didn't believe it. Then you must be careful. Don't go to the depths of the Blackwater Mountain Range. According to the master's words, Lin Fei personally went to the deacon. After a long talk, the result was just as he said. There wasn't much of a problem, and he successfully exchanged for 3 months' time. 3 months' time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For Lin Fei, it would be crucial. His strength would begin to increase rapidly. Coming down from the gate of divine force, standing on a mountain road, looking at the gate of divine force in the mountains behind him, Lin Fei clenched his fists tightly. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. 3 months later, I will use my actions to tell everyone that I, Lin Fei, am not someone who could be bullied by anyone. Leaving behind these lofty words, Lin Fei turned around and headed for the Blackwater Mountain Range. The Blackwater Mountain Range was located in the southeast of the Buluo dynasty. It was an ungoverned place. From the gate of divine force, it was more than 2,000 miles away. It would take about 5 days to get there. It wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either. At this time, Lin Fei began to miss the era of planes. With planes, he wouldn't have to work so hard. After going down the mountain, Lin Fei planned to go to a small town at the foot of the gate of divine force to buy some clothes. More importantly, Lin Fei wanted to buy a weapon for self-defense. Divine Force City, in the nearest small town at the foot of the gate of divine force. After spending 100 taels of silver, Lin Fei changed into a black robe to prevent information from leaking in the Blackwater Mountain Range and attracting the attention of outsiders. After buying his clothes, he turned around and went to the weapons shop to buy weapons. This was the first time that Lin Fei went down the mountain. After all, he had traveled through time and read all kinds of novels. It was absolutely impossible to travel in Jianghu without a weapon. He was buying a sword and a saber. In the end, Lin Fei chose to buy a saber, which could be used together with the cut and half saber technique. Its power would be even greater. In addition to this, Lin Fei spent 1,000 taels of silver to buy an ordinary maroon horse that could run a few hundred miles a day. He wanted to use it as a mount. A good horse that could run 1,000 miles a day could not be used for the time being. Under the noon sun, on the wide official road. I love you. I love you like a mouse loves rice. A lazy and strange voice came from the official road. From afar, a maroon horse galloped on the official road, stirring up a trail of dust. In his sight, a young man sat on the maroon horse, looking exhausted. When he looked in a certain direction and saw the tip of the iceberg, a smile appeared on his exhausted face. Damn, I'm finally here. I'm really exhausted these few days. I don't have a plane or a car. I can't take it anymore. When can I fly? That would be great. This black-robed young man was Lin Fei, who came all the way from the Gate of Divine Force. He could not help but sigh at the sight of a martial arts expert who could fly. When I reach Blackwater City, I'll stay for a night and buy a map to understand the situation in the Blackwater Mountain Range. I'll choose another day to enter the Blackwater Mountain Range and hunt for demonic beasts. The maroon horse did not stop and went straight for the building in front of him. At the same time, on another mountain road, 6 horses galloped on the official road, stirring up a trail of dust that danced in the air. Everyone, hurry up. That little bastard, Lin Fei, must be in Blackwater City. We must find him before he enters the Blackwater Mountain Range. A deep voice sounded in everyone's ears. Lin Fei sure runs fast. If he didn't catch us off guard, he would have died in our hands. Why did he have to follow us all the way here? That brat deserves death. Chapter 40. Blackwater Mountain Range. Blackwater City. As the Blackwater Mountain Range brought in all sorts of demonic beast goods and rare treasures, this small, unknown city started to gain popularity. Gradually, it became a big city that everyone knew. In Blackwater City, one could enjoy the life of a sovereign if they had money. There were many big and small brothels in Blackwater City. Beautiful women were as common as the clouds, and they had all kinds of different colors. Blackwater City had a large amount of wine brewed by the tribal dynasties. Apart from that, there were also all kinds of secret techniques, divine weapons, and everything else. It was precisely because of this that Blackwater City was so prosperous today. Experts from all over the world gathered in Blackwater City, treating it as one of their homes. Great sale. Rank 3 Azure, Cloud Tiger Cub, 10,000 silver, guaranteed to be worth it. Rank 2 Demonic Beast Pet, Snow Rabbit. It's cute and obedient, loved by all. Beauties passing by, don't miss this opportunity. 10-year Spiritual Herb, Yin Yang Grass. Original price is 30,000 silver, but it's now on sale for only 1,908 silver. You didn't hear wrong, 1,908 silver. You only have one chance, don't miss it. Looking for 10 cultivators in the 7th heavenly layer of the Martial Path. Excellent treatment, guaranteed safety. The Soaring Sky Mercenary Group is looking for 50 cultivators in the 6th heavenly layer of the Martial Path. Food and lodging are covered, and there's a huge bonus. What are you waiting for? Join the Soaring Sky Mercenary Group immediately. When Lin Fei entered Blackwater City on the official road, he was immediately attracted by all sorts of shouts. A flourishing aura assaulted his senses. What a great place! No wonder Blackwater City is so prosperous because of the Blackwater Mountain Range. After traveling for 5 days straight, Lin Fei's exhausted face finally revealed a smear of joy. Getting off the horse, Lin Fei walked on the streets and saw experts everywhere, some of them dressed in strange clothes. Lin Fei was excited. Was this the rumored Jianghu? Lin Fei found a place to sell the date red horse for 700 taels of silver. The Blackwater Mountain Range was about 200 kilometers away from Blackwater City, so it was not suitable to keep the Date Red Horse. Even if Lin Fei returned to Blackwater City in the future, he would rather die than ride the Date Red Horse. After selling the Date Red Horse, Lin Fei walked into a pretty good inn. He planned to take a good rest and understand the situation the next day before entering the Blackwater Mountain Range. Waiter room. He stayed there for the night. When he woke up the next day, Lin Fei felt refreshed. The tiredness from the journey had disappeared without a trace. Once a martial artist stopped and used his qi to nourish his body, his essence, qi, and spirit could be restored. Usually, in a day or two, he would be almost fully recovered. He came out of the tavern to find out more about the situation in the Blackwater Mountain Range. In the end, Lin Fei got busy. It turned out to be much easier than he had imagined. The reason for that was because Blackwater City sold information about the Blackwater Mountain Range everywhere, including all kinds of dangerous places and places where demonic beasts lived. Lin Fei used 1,000 silver taels to buy a meticulously marked map. The map included all the danger zones in the Blackwater Mountain Range and the places where demonic beasts lived. It was very detailed. Details determined success or failure. Lin Fei felt that spending 1,000 taels of silver to buy a map was worth it. Aside from buying the map and information, Lin Fei spent another 1,000 taels of silver to buy detoxification elixirs and healing elixirs. He finally understood that in the Xintian continent, the consumption of elixirs was also a bottomless pit. After resting for a day, the sky gradually brightened on the third morning. Blackwater City was covered in a white fog. Between the mountains and forests, the humid air covered the area. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei quietly left Blackwater City and headed towards the Blackwater Mountain Range. There was an official road between Blackwater City and the Blackwater Mountain Range. Compared to other small roads, the official road was safer. 2 hours later, Lin Fei saw an endless mountain range in the distance. It gave off a majestic aura. This was the famous Blackwater Mountain Range in the Buluo dynasty. It was a place where demonic beasts lived. It produced all kinds of herbs and demonic beast fur. It was loved by all sections. At the same time, it was listed as a place of death. Countless martial artists lost their lives in the Blackwater Mountain Range. Even so, the Blackwater Mountain Range was still a popular place for people to explore and search for treasures. Blackwater Mountain Range. Within 3 months, I will survive and train in this place. Lin Fei took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with determination. No matter how dangerous the Blackwater Mountain Range was, he would walk to the end. He would not turn back or retreat. He would be regarded as a martial artist. The situation near the Blackwater Mountain Range. Lin Fei knew clearly that a large number of low-level demonic beasts lived in the outskirts of the Blackwater Mountain Range. Mid-level demonic beasts of the 4th rank and above could be found all over the Blackwater Mountain Range. Lin Fei had already memorized all the places where the demonic beasts lived in the Blackwater Mountain Range. If I go from here, I will reach the area where the 4th rank demonic beasts, the Mad Wolves, live. I can use the Mad Wolves to test my skills and see what a real mid-level demonic beast is like. Keeping the map of the Blackwater Mountain Range, Lin Fei looked at a place and made a decision. In a flash, he dashed into the forest and ran towards the east. I can't use the agile monkey movement technique here. I can cultivate the drifting wind movement technique to the greater success stage here. Who knows, if I encounter a demonic beast, I can use the movement technique to escape. As Lin Fei's thoughts were running wild, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His hair stood on end, and an indescribable sense of danger quietly arose. Vaguely, he could hear the sound of something piercing through the air. Not good, there's danger. A cold light flashed, like the light before the darkness, descending from the sky. At the critical moment where his life was in danger, his body, which was in the air, sank down like a rock. He displayed the agile monkey movement technique and dodged to the left, barely dodging the attack. Even though his reaction was fast, his cheeks were still hit by a gust of wind, causing blood to flow out. Bang! The big tree behind Lin Fei exploded under the light of the blade, causing leaves to dance in the air. Who is it? Who wants to kill me? After landing on the ground, Lin Fei panted heavily. He didn't care about the blood on his cheek. Like a leopard, he was on guard against his surroundings. The black iron saber on his back fell into his hand and stood in the air, shining with a cold light. In that instant, he almost died. This was the first time Lin Fei felt that the distance between life and death was so close. Even now, he still had lingering fears, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. That was so dangerous. If my strength hadn't reached the 5th level of the martial path and my 6 senses had been greatly enhanced, I would have been killed by that sneak attack. No matter who they are, I must kill them. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by the sound of a rhythmic applause, Lin Fei's pupils dilated slightly. His 6 senses could feel an aura locking onto him. Chapter 41. P.S. Thanks to Brother Peach Blossom 1 for the tip. As soon as he finished his words, 5 men in black walked out from the woods and surrounded Lin Fei in an instant. The auras of the 5 black-clothed men were all at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path. From the shape of his face, one could vaguely tell that he was a fellow with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His name was Shang Wu. One of them was holding a steel saber, and the saber chi came from him. Who are you guys? When Lin Fei saw these people, the word Zhang clan immediately popped into his mind. Apart from them, no one would dare to make a move on him. He had provoked Zhang Wanshan at the entrance of the bounty area, and the other party did not dare to make a move on him due to the pressure, but they still held a grudge against him. Now that Lin Fei had left the Shenwu sect and lost his protection, he went to the Blackwater Mountain Range alone, which was a great opportunity for them to kill him to vent their hatred. With a quick thought, Lin Fei immediately guessed who was the one who wanted to kill him. He was instantly enraged. Zhang family. Zhang Wanshan, you've gone too far. Who asked you to offend our senior brother? Now that our senior brother wants you dead, you have no choice but to die. Anyway, the environment of the Blackwater Mountain Range is pretty good, so it's not a bad idea to die here. Remember today, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Let's go. Shang Wu sneered and raised his arm. The 3 men in black behind him received the order and drew their sabers and swords out of their sheaths, charging at Lin Fei. They had set up an ambush here in advance to kill Lin Fei, but to their surprise, Lin Fei had dodged their attack. They did not want anything to go wrong. Lin Fei's face was stained with blood, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. I don't care who you are, I'll kill you today. Deep down, Lin Fei was a competitive person. In order to deal with him, they had chased him for thousands of miles. If it wasn't for the improvement of his strength, he would have been severely injured or killed in the Blackwater Mountain Range. It's a good thing you guys don't know that my strength has increased, so I can use you guys as an example. Your mistake was to scheme against me. The black iron blade was held horizontally. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. With a light tap of his foot, he rushed forward like a leopard. His long blade drew out a blade flower, and a sharp blade aura unfolded. Cut it in half. This was the saber technique Lin Fei's leveling system provided. One cut in half. Lin Fei's counterattack made them feel amused. One of the black-clad men brandished his saber vigorously. When he saw Lin Fei counterattack, he revealed a disapproving expression and chopped down with his saber. Little bastard, you dare to attack me? You could go to hell. As the long saber descended, a long white saber light slashed down from the sky, wanting to kill Lin Fei within the saber light. The air in the sky seemed to be sliced apart by the saber light. At this stage of strength, the saber light could be extended to a length of 3 meters. It was considered as being immersed in this saber technique for a considerable amount of time. This person was a powerful expert. Everyone thought that no matter how strong Lin Fei was, he would eventually die under this saber technique. There was no other choice. There was a difference of 1 realm between the two, and the saber technique was a first-rate saber technique, ruthless saber. Unexpectedly, the saber light descended. From the bottom to the top, a cold light slashed out. Similarly, the small saber light was instantly shattered by a white light. Before everyone could react, the white light slashed through the black-clad man's body with the force of thunder. Everything stopped at this moment. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How could this be? My ruthless saber. What kind of saber technique is this? The black-clad man's entire face maintained an expression of disbelief. Immediately, a crack burst open on his face. Under everyone's eyes, the black-clad man's body was split into two with a loud bang. A strong smell of blood assailed their noses. Saber technique, one cut in half. Move, one cut in half. The saber was just like its name. No one thought that the little bastard, Lin Fei, would have such a powerful saber technique. The saber technique was so sharp and domineering that it killed Wu Tian with one slash. Little bastard, you actually killed senior brother Wu Tian. How dare you? The remaining four black-clad men couldn't help but show anger on their faces, and then shock. Isn't your strength at the fourth heavenly layer of the martial path? When did you advance to the fifth heavenly layer of the martial path? How could you advance so quickly? Lin Fei's chest violently heaved. Although he had already simulated that attack many times in his mind, he was still shocked by the power of one move, one cut in half. Killed Wu Tian, fifth heavenly layer of the martial path. Gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, player Lin Fei. You have activated the killing system and obtained a medal that allows you to enter world of martial arts. Once you equip it, you will obtain a supplementary skill that increases your speed by 1. You can only use it once, and it will last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Suddenly, the sound of the upgrade system came. Lin Fei almost couldn't come back to his senses. When did the upgrade system come with such a function? Damn, killing will give experience points? Did I hear it wrong? Lin Fei had been having a headache. He was entangled in hunting monsters, but he didn't think that killing people could also give experience points. It was even not worse than killing monsters. Although this was the first time he killed people, Lin Fei didn't have the slightest discomfort. Instead, he was full of excitement. Right now, he couldn't give them a chance. He had to solve the danger first. Haha, very surprised, right? Lin Fei withdrew his thoughts. The black iron blade stood horizontally, blood dripping down. The blade glowed with a cold light, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Don't ask why, because you will all die under my blade. One cut in half. Lin Fei moved again, attacking the person closest to him. He swung the black iron blade and spat out Xian Qi. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long blade light appeared out of nowhere. A terrifying aura emerged. The black-robed man was still immersed in disbelief, and before he could recover, his eyes filled with unwillingness. His body split into two and exploded, pulling the other 3 black-robed men back to reality. Everyone attacked together. This blade technique is strange. Don't be alone. The leader, Shan Wu's wooden face turned into anger. Then, he couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. He never thought that this trash, Lin Fei, would play such a big joke on them. The rumor that he was at the 4th layer of the martial path was completely wrong. He was caught off guard and killed 2 people in a row. Qingyun sword technique, first move, mountain among the clouds. Rushing thunderblade technique, second move, thunderstrike. Cloud sea sword technique, third move, continuous cloud sea. The 3 men in black had never thought that the 3 of them would join forces to deal with the trash in their eyes. Now, in their eyes, he had become a powerful figure. Little bastard, if the 3 of us attack, even if you have the strength of the 6th heaven of the martial path, you will still die by our hands. No one can stop the 3 of us. The blade light and the sword light crossed the sky. Lin Fei maintained a rare calmness and performed the cut in half in one breath. It consumed about 40% of his Xian Qi, and he still had 60% of his Xian Qi in his body. Although the 3 of them are strong, I have the Invincible Vajra body, so I'm not afraid of them. In any case, I can't let them leave. Once the news gets back, I will be in big trouble, especially this cut in half. Even a yellow-level blade technique may not be able to compare with it. Lin Fei gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with determination. He had to kill them. Fight! cut in half. Now, Lin Fei could only place his hopes on this saber technique, cutting in half. He injected 50% of his xian qi into the black iron blade, raised it in the air, and directly performed the cut in half. The black iron blade suddenly made a buzzing sound. Boom! The saber light, which was originally 3 meters long, immediately became 3 meters long. There was a trace of black in the white saber light. The ferocious and ruthless saber intent was like a raging storm, mercilessly chopping everything in its path. It gave off an unparalleled aura. My cut-in-half saber technique, the grade is unknown, and it is not an ordinary xianqi. I don't believe that I can't stop you. The blade light fiercely slashed out. The 3 men in black suddenly felt their scalp tingle. Even the 6th layer of the martial path did not dare to underestimate the power of their joint attack, but now they felt a dangerous aura from a blade technique. Unbelievable. Boom, boom. The sword light was broken. The blade light was broken. One move broke, one move cut in half. Where the long blade pointed, the blade light swept across the sky, smashing all 3 major attacks. Even so, there was still a large amount of aftershocks that fell on Lin Fei. The whole person was directly blasted out and hit a big tree, causing countless leaves to fall. The 3 men in black were like wooden stakes, motionless, and their faces were frozen in disbelief. What a domineering blade technique. This is definitely not an ordinary blade technique. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death. Senior brother will definitely avenge us. Rumble. Chapter 42. P.S. Thank you, Peach Blossom 1 brother, for the tip. Congratulations on becoming the first apprentice. In the forest shrouded in white fog, birds chirped from time to time. Cough, cough. The thick smell of blood scattered in the forest, followed by a strange sound. Uff, they're finally dead. Under the towering tree, someone stood up shakily, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Needless to say, this person was naturally Lin Fei. Huff, huff. Lin Fei's complexion was pale as he panted roughly. His chest heaved up and down. His black robes had been torn by the shock waves, turning him into beggar's clothes. He looked very miserable. Thinking back to the attack just now, even Lin Fei felt that it was too bold. Thankfully, everything was as Lin Fei had expected. The move was cleaved in two, breaking the main attack. When the aftershocks of the attack landed on his body, the invincible Vajra body played a huge role, blocking the majority of the attack. Only then was he able to stand there safely. If not, Lin Fei would not be standing so easily. Killed Shang Wu, 5th tier of the martial path. Gained 500 experience points. Killed Shang Li, 5th tier of the martial path. Gained 500 experience points. Killed Shang Wu, 5th tier of the martial path. Gained 500 experience points. The cold voice of the leveling system sounded as usual. Hearing the leveling system's reminder, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The invincible Vajra body is still not strong enough. If I could reach the higher realm, the aftershock of the 3's joint attack would have been more than enough to block, and I wouldn't have to struggle like this, and even suffer minor injuries. Lin Fei laughed at himself. If this news were to spread, everyone would be dumbfounded. 5 little experts at the 5th layer of the martial Dao were easily beaten to death. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. Not many people would believe this to be true. Lin Fei was proud of this achievement. Unfortunately, in Lin Fei's eyes, he was still too weak. Who knew how many people would feel ashamed of this thought? After taking the Qi-gathering pill, he meditated. After a while, the remaining 10% of Xian Qi in his body had more or less recovered. He had a certain amount of combat power, in case of unexpected danger. Lin Fei stood up again and prepared to look for loot. After finally finishing off the enemy, Lin Fei began to think about his spoils of war. He didn't know when it started, but Lin Fei was very concerned about the spoils of war. 5 little experts at the 5th level of the martial path. No matter what, they should have some wealth. Lin Fei thought to himself. After a while, Lin Fei was speechless. Damn, you can't be playing with me like this, right? When Lin Fei wanted to look for the spoils of war, he saw the ground littered with corpses. He could not help but regret using such a tyrannical saber technique. One cut in two, as the name suggested, one cut in two. The tyrannical attack power caused their bodies to explode and become incomplete. The banknotes and the like had all been reduced to dust. As for the secret manuals and the like, there was no need to mention them. After searching for a while, Lin Fei forced a smile. At least he had found something. First was the silver. The banknotes were crushed, so of course, there was silver left. At least there was no problem with the silver, and there was no problem with the gold either. After a rough calculation, there was about 1,000 taels of silver and 500 taels of gold, which could barely be considered a harvest. Along the way, I happened to be short of silver. Just nice. Lin Fei was overjoyed. No one would dislike silver and gold. A martial artist would never complain about having too much of their necessities. Rushing Thunder Saber Technique. A secret manual. This was the only secret manual that had not been crushed by the Xianqi. Not a bad saber technique. Cutting in half is domineering and ferocious. However, it consumes too much Xianqi. This galloping thunder saber technique also focuses on big movements and domineering moves. It's a first-class Xian art. It's perfect for practicing. Lin Fei did not like the sword technique. Lin Fei liked the saber technique. The power of the one cut in two saber technique was beyond ordinary imagination. One cut to three attacks had left an indelible impression. It was suspected that it was not inferior to a yellow-level saber technique. Hence, Lin Fei's interest in the saber technique was piqued. A first-class Xian art, rushing thunder saber technique, would cost at least 10,000 taels of silver in the outside world. Lin Fei's harvest from this trip was pretty good. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set off early. There were not many people in the periphery of the Blackwater mountain range. He could not be bothered to deal with the corpses on the ground. He believed that he would find out who the culprit was when he returned. No matter who it was, Lin Fei would not let them have it easy. He would remember this debt. Periphery of the Blackwater mountain range. Towering trees stood in the forest. The huge branches blocked the sunlight. The huge forest was filled with an eerie aura. It was as if he had returned to the primeval forest. This place is not bad. There shouldn't be anyone who would come here. I can make use of this place to master the flowing wind movement technique. Lin Fei appeared under the towering trees in a black robe. If he had not been ambushed, Lin Fei would not have been so careful. Because of the ambush, Lin Fei decided to master the flowing wind movement technique to great perfection before entering the Blackwater mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. The one cut in half saber technique is comparable to a yellow grade saber technique. Then, this flowing wind movement technique should not be any weaker. If I had learned the flowing wind movement technique and executed it together with a saber technique, its might would definitely be stronger than before. With the understanding of the one cut in half saber technique, Lin Fei was filled with anticipation for the flowing wind movement technique. The spirit monkey movement technique was just an ordinary movement technique. It was far from being comparable to the flowing wind movement technique. In the dangerous Blackwater mountain range, a good movement technique would undoubtedly be very useful. It could save one's life at a crucial moment. Player Lin Fei, are you sure you want to practice the flowing wind movement technique? I'm sure. When the flowing wind movement technique reward came, Lin Fei did not practice it. Instead, he kept in the storage box. When the system's voice sounded, the profoundness of the flowing wind movement technique flowed into Lin Fei's mind like a warm current. His expression couldn't help but change. What a strange movement technique. After comprehending the profoundness, Lin Fei's expression changed. The flowing wind movement technique was actually not an ordinary movement technique. Instead, it was a combination of movement technique and Qigong. Movement technique, flowing wind. Qigong, flowing wind. The combination of the two was a rather strange existence. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to practice it. Delaying it for 4 to 5 days wasn't a big problem. He would first study it thoroughly. Qigong, flowing wind. There was a total of 3 realms. The first realm, man like the wind, coming and going without a trace. The second realm, wind like the man man like the wind. The third realm, one with the wind omnipresent. Qin Gong, flowing wind. It wasn't hard to understand the meaning of the words. Moreover, the system had given him the profoundness of Qin Gong. As he read it word by word, Lin Fei's brows would occasionally furrow and relax. He was completely attracted by Qin Gong, flowing wind. When he finished reading the last sentence, he couldn't help but applaud. The heavens are really helping me. This Qin Gong, flowing wind, is suitable for me to practice. If I had learned Qin Gong, flowing wind earlier, even if it was just the first realm, killing the 5 of them would be as easy as flipping my palm. Chapter 43. P.S. Thank you again for your tip. Number 1 Peach Blossom Brother. Blackwater Mountain Range. In a remote forest. Pong. High up in the sky, a figure fell like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, the earth seemed to be trembling. What kind of wind movement technique is this? Is it so hard to learn, even the entry level? The person who got up from the ground shook his body, shaking off the leaves and dust on his body. He couldn't help but let out an unhappy voice that echoed in the forest. I don't believe it. It's just wind movement technique. If I can't even learn the first level, how can I hunt monsters? Pong. The young man fell again. Damn, again. Pong. The sound of falling echoed again in the forest. Obviously, the young man failed again. Again, I don't believe that I can't learn it. Pong. Again. Pong. Pong. During this day, in the remote forest, the sound of falling from high up could be heard from time to time. The branches of the towering trees shook as if they couldn't bear to see it. Pong. After another failure, the young man got up from the ground. His whole body was in a mess, as if he had just come out from some remote forest. Continuously failing, continuously trying, it was Lin Fei. After failing countless times, Lin Fei frowned. He couldn't imagine why he couldn't learn it when he knew the profound meaning. Huff, huff. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. He was hungry. Let's find something to eat first and talk about it later. Cultivating wind movement technique was harder than expected. The small first level had troubled Lin Fei for an entire morning. Until now, he had no clue. He hunted a low-level snow rabbit. Lin Fei killed it without hesitation. He took firewood and set up a barbecue rack. For him, who had barbecued before, this was not difficult and could be done easily. I clearly understood the profound meaning. Why can't I learn wind movement technique? What is going on? Sitting on a rock and looking at the barbecued rabbit meat, Lin Fei fell into deep thought. After leveling up, the profound meaning of the windborne movement technique was transferred to his brain. Lin Fei did not need to comprehend it. Learning any mysterious technique would be extremely fast. Invincible Vajra body, jade shattering hand cut in two. Lin Fei learned it with ease. There was no difficulty. Unfortunately, one of them was stuck at the level of lightness skill, which was a very complicated matter. In the first realm of Qin Gong, the person was like the wind coming and going without a trace. Literally, when one's speed reached a certain limit, they would become something similar to the wind, successfully entering the first realm. One would be like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Could it be that I'm stuck somewhere? But why can't I reach the limit of my speed when I'm using my power Upanishad? No, it's not like that. Could it be that I need to comprehend something? Only then can he successfully learn Qin Gong and enter the first realm? Lin Fei was conflicted. He subconsciously covered his head with both hands. If the wind flow movement technique wasn't important, Lin Fei wouldn't cultivate it even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, the wind flow movement technique was extremely important. If he could learn the wind flow movement technique, his battle prowess would increase by 1 to 2 times. Everyone knew what a 1 to 2 times increase in battle prowess meant. That was just one of the reasons. The second reason was that he accidentally activated the killing system and obtained the New World of Martial Arts medal. Once he used it, his speed would increase by 1. As for the effects, he did not know for the time being. Lin Fei believed that if he learned the wind flow movement technique, if he ran into any danger and activated the New World of Martial Arts medal, his speed would reach a terrifying level, and it would become one of his trump cards for this. He had to learn it even if he did not want to. What did I do wrong? There's no reason for this. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who only focused on cultivation. The key was to find the source of the problem. Once he understood this, all the problems would be solved. Why should he be afraid that he would not be able to learn a movement technique? Lin Fei continued to be conflicted. He was very troubled at that moment. A cool breeze blew in his face. The cool and cold breeze blew past Lin Fei's face. It moved the wound on his cheek, and he felt refreshed all over his body. The burning flames flashed with waves of heat. As the breeze blew, they swayed lightly and turned into all sorts of shapes. They were shapeless and formless, and they allowed the cool breeze to pass through them. Some people said that it was easy to understand something, but if you did not, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lin Fei was conflicted. His gaze landed on the flames unintentionally. He was just in time to see the cool breeze blow past him, but there was no trace of it. In an instant, he felt as if there was something extra in his heart. The branches swayed. The flames swayed. There was a cool feeling left behind by the cool breeze on his face. He could not catch it, could not hold it, and could not find it. That's right, that's right. It must be like this. I finally understand what I did wrong. A thought instantly appeared in Lin Fei's mind. With a whoosh, he stood up. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He seemed to have understood something. The wind follows the tiger, and the clouds follow the dragon. Why did I have to stubbornly work on the skills? Wind flow movement technique is the essence of wind. Wind is shapeless, colorless, and traceless. Wind is everywhere and nowhere. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Qigong wind flow. As his voice fell, Lin Fei's body moved at a strange angle. The tip of his foot touched the ground. His entire body suddenly floated out like a gust of wind. That's right, floated out. There was no trace of him, no trace of him. He could not grasp the direction. His speed was unbelievably fast. The afterimages left behind at the original spot seemed to prove that someone had been here before. Success. I finally grasped the first realm of wind flow movement technique. Being like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Lin Fei could not have thought of anything. Because of a small accident, he comprehended wind flow movement technique. He originally thought that he would be stuck for a few days. Once he started, Lin Fei realized that when he used wind flow movement technique, other than the lack of control of strength, there were not many problems. It was just as the first realm said. Currently, he was only at the first realm, being like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Lin Fei realized the difference between before and after. He had learned the first realm. Qigong wind flow. Movement technique wind flow. Lin Fei realized that he had comprehended it. It was as if he had remembered it in his mind. He could use it as he wished. There was no situation where he was stuck. After using it consecutively, Lin Fei's face was full of excited smiles. Cut in half, Lin Fei grabbed the black iron blade and moved with the wind. If there was someone present, they would definitely be shocked. Lin Fei was like the wind. In an instant, he closed the distance, leaving an afterimage. In just a breath's time, Kacha, a millstone-sized giant tree under the blade, flew up, leaving a smooth side. It fell down with a rumble, startling countless birds in the forest. Ha! With this speed and this blade technique, my combat strength has more than doubled. If I meet a martial artist of the fifth sky of the martial path again, don't even think about blocking my attack. Looking at the smooth gap, his face was full of shock. Just now, it was just a flash of inspiration. He did not expect wind flow movement technique to be so powerful with the blade technique cut in half. Chapter 44. Blackwater Mountain Range. In the impenetrable forest, a figure floated like the wind and landed lightly on a tree branch. With another tap, the figure suddenly floated dozens of feet away. His body was as light as a swallow, and he disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Is this the area where the rank 4 berserk wolf lives? Once again landing on a towering tree, a certain someone looked down at the area and couldn't help but frown. Ever since he reached the first realm of drifting wind movement technique, he spent half a day consolidating and grasping his strength. In the beginning, he couldn't control the distance and couldn't pinpoint the exact position. Now, he could pinpoint the exact position within a certain radius with just a thought. After familiarizing himself with the drifting wind movement technique, Lin Fei headed straight for the rank 4 Berserk Wolf's territory. He wanted to level up. He wanted to level up continuously. Demonic beasts were the best tools to level up. A low and ferocious aura came from the forest. Lin Fei's brows twitched. His eyes lit up when he smelled the aura of a demonic beast. The rank 4 Berserk Wolf was one of his targets. Rank 4 Berserk Wolf. In the forest, a grayish-white Berserk Wolf, about 3 meters long, appeared. It looked like an enlarged version of the green wolf on Earth. It had a pair of blood-red eyes and a suffocating aura. It swayed its huge body and came out from the forest. When it stood there, a huge pressure could be felt. At the same time, it gave off a ferocious gaze. Ayo, 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 ayo. After the Berserk Wolf howled for a while, it scared away countless birds in the forest. It turned around and dragged out a demonic beast's corpse. It opened its bloody mouth and tore the sturdy demonic beast's corpse apart in an instant. How terrifying. Damn, as expected of the rank 4 Berserk Wolf. Lin Fei, who was hiding on the tree, widened his eyes. He could smell the dangerous aura coming from the demonic beast. Lin Fei had killed many low-rank demonic beasts and thought that it was a mid-rank demonic beast. After witnessing the ferociousness of the Berserk Wolf, he realized that a rank 4 demonic beast was not something that low-rank demonic beasts could compare to. Be it in terms of aura or methods, the rank 4 Berserk Wolf was a strength-type demonic beast. It had a strong defense and a ferocious temperament. Anything that entered its range would become its target and was feared by others. Information about the Berserk Wolf immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind. This guy must have a lot of experience. Lin Fei licked the corner of his mouth and looked at the upgrade tool. Roar. To Lin Fei's surprise, the Mad Wolf, who was devouring the demonic beast with its head lowered, raised its bloodshot eyes and released a murderous aura as it looked at Lin Fei's hiding place. Not good, I've been discovered. Lin Fei did not expect that the 4th-ranked demonic beast, the Berserk Wolf, would have such acute senses that it could actually discover his hiding place. So be it. There's nothing to worry about. Today, I will make an example out of you. The black iron saber fell into his hand. With a turn of the blade, a cold light appeared. Indistinctly, Lin Fei's resolute expression fell on the long saber. Flowing wind movement art. Lin Fei moved in an instant. With a light tap of his toes, he floated down from the tree like a falling leaf, erratic and without a trace. This was precisely the miraculous aspect of the flowing wind movement technique. Rushing thunder saber art. First form, unceasing torrent. The long saber pointed straight at the Mad Wolf. After learning the flowing wind movement art, Lin Fei certainly did not mind learning the rushing thunder saber art. This saber art belonged to the first-class Xian art. It had a total of 6 moves. Its power was inferior to the one cut in half. When it was used, the power would be doubled with the help of the 9 revolutions Xian Qi. The consumption of Xian Qi was not big, and it was very suitable. The Mad Wolf had finally killed a demonic beast and was about to enjoy its spoils of war. When it saw an outsider, it suddenly became extremely irritable, thinking that it was being provoked. The surrounding air seemed to be stagnant at this moment. Roar. The fierce roar of the Mad Wolf vented its dissatisfaction. It threw off the food under its body, and its huge body soared into the air. Not because of its cumbersome weight, it did not have any stagnation. Its huge claws grabbed the air, and a cold light shot out, aiming straight at Lin Fei's vital parts. A violent and ferocious aura suddenly broke out from the Mad Wolf. Just in time, Lin Fei was unmoved. The black iron saber in his hand tightened. The long saber light slashed down, wanting to cut the Mad Wolf in half. Kung Chong. The rushing thunder saber technique contained the might of thunder. When it reached great perfection, it would produce the sound of thunder. When such a move landed on the Mad Wolf's body, Its huge body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It crashed into countless trees and startled the birds in the forest once again. Roar! The mad wolf flung off the fallen leaves on its body as though it was never injured. It stared angrily at Lin Fei. What a powerful defense! My rushing thunder saber technique is currently at small perfection. What it lacks is learning and usage. I did not expect a rank 4 demonic beast, the mad wolf, to be able to block one of my saber techniques. It is indeed a middle rank demonic beast. This is good. My rushing thunder saber technique has yet to reach great perfection. With the mad wolf's incredible defense, it can help me completely grasp the rushing thunder saber technique and reach great perfection, increasing my strength. After landing, Lin Fei could not help but be startled. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he could not help but smile. Movement technique, flowing wind. Rushing thunder saber technique. First form, unceasing torrent. Rushing thunder saber technique. Second form, thunderous strike. Rushing thunder saber technique. Third form, myriad lightning rush. Time passed quietly, and no one knew how much time had passed. It was still the same place, the same person, and the same demonic beast. Lin Fei danced like a falling leaf, leaving behind a series of afterimages. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was not something that could be achieved with a movement technique. Along with Lin Fei's movements, every time his saber landed, there would be a faint rumbling sound of thunder in the air. In the silent forest, the rumbling sound could be heard clearly. This was a sign that a saber technique was about to reach great perfection. Using a strength-type mad wolf to practice a saber technique, probably only someone like Lin Fei, who was not afraid of death. Puff, puff, puff. The saber technique was like an antelope's horn, untraceable and unblockable. It was perfect. My rushing thunder saber technique is almost done. All that's left is time. If I continue, there will not be any effect. It's time to end this. The mad wolf, who was constantly being used as a training target, did not have the aura that a rank 4 demonic beast should have. It was like a stray dog, miserable and pathetic. Thunderous strike. Rushing thunder saber technique. Second move. Once again, it was executed. First, there was the sound of thunder. It was filled with a majestic aura, suffocating and terrifying. It was like thunder in one's ears. A saber technique that was about to reach great perfection. Before the saber was unleashed, the aura was already formed. The aura was like the saber, and the saber was like the aura. Within the saber technique, there was a flash of lightning. Ayo! The mad wolf had long been beaten black and blue. After this saber appeared, the mad wolf's pupils dilated infinitely. He could feel a dangerous aura coming from every pore on his body. He was unable to resist or counterattack. The saber technique that was as fast as lightning chopped down from the waist of the mad wolf. Hemp pole legs, tofu waist, broom tail, iron brain. Lin Fei had always remembered this in his heart. Killing the mad wolf was like killing the green wolf. The tofu waist was the only weakness of the mad wolf. Kacha! This saber contained the might of thunder. It chopped down from the waist of the mad wolf, splitting the mad wolf into two. Blood and organs splattered everywhere. The mad wolf did not understand why it died, killed a rank 4 demonic beast. Obtained 300 experience points. Chapter 45. Unending Torrent. Thunderstrike. A loud rumbling sound rang out. In a forest somewhere in the Blackwater Mountain Range, a rank 4 demonic beast fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the grass on the ground red. Killed rank 4 demonic beast, lightning beast. Obtained 300 experience points. Lin Fei held onto his long saber. Fresh blood flowed down the surface of the saber and dripped onto the ground. The rushing thunder saber art is about to reach greater mastery. It will save me a lot of effort to kill the rank 4 demonic beast, Berserk Wolf. Once I reach greater mastery, I will probably be able to kill a demonic beast with a single slash. After retrieving the valuable fur from the demonic beast, Lin Fei turned around and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind the demonic beast's carcass. This repeated action was repeated in various places in the forest. On the 8th day, in the Blackwater Mountain Range. On the 18th day, in the Blackwater Mountain Range, the rushing thunder saber art was cultivated to greater mastery. Every slash was accompanied by the sound of thunder. The power was terrifying and contained a dangerous aura. Slash, slash, slash. In the forest of the Blackwater Mountain Range, the battles and cultivation continued. In the vast forest, a rank 4 demonic beast, lightning tiger, transformed into a flash of lightning that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Even with such speed, it still couldn't dodge the attack. A thunder strike slashed out from the middle, splitting the lightning tiger into 2 halves, leaving behind a ground full of fresh blood. Killed rank 4 demonic beast, lightning tiger. Obtained 300 experience points. Killed rank 4 demonic beast, lightning tiger. Obtained 300 experience points. Killed rank 4 demonic beast, lightning tiger. Obtained 300 experience points. On the 25th day, in the Blackwater Mountain Range, unending torrent, thunder strike, thunder rush. With his long saber in hand, Lin Fei's elegant movements were like a piece of art. He danced in the midst of the demonic beasts without any change in his expression. Instead, he wore a smile and remained calm. He executed the drifting wind movement technique and was like an omnipresent breeze, untraceable and untraceable. Roar! With a flash of the saber, a rank 5 demonic beast fell to the ground. Its tough defense was like a fragile piece of tofu under the saber's attack. Killed rank 5 demonic beast, fiery wind bear. Obtained 500 experience points. Roar! The wind flame bear roared, and its huge body charged at Lin Fei from behind. If Lin Fei was struck, he would be heavily injured, even if he didn't die, and he would lose his ability to fight. Umph! A mere demonic beast, lie down. As if there were a pair of eyes behind Lin Fei. He moved with the wind, and, with a strange speed, he suddenly appeared behind the windfire bear. The long saber in his hand followed the momentum and chopped at the weakest part of the windfire bear. The windfire bear's body was split into 2 and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing Lin Fei's clothes red. Killed a rank 5 demonic beast. Obtained 500 experience. When Lin Fei executed the flowing wind movement technique, he was like a cool breeze. Although the 5th-tier demonic beasts were powerful, they could not harm him in the slightest. Every time he was in a dangerous situation, his movement technique would flow with the wind, defying the heavens. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been killed mercilessly in the encirclement. The saber light flashed, and the demonic beast fell. If someone was here and witnessed all of this, they would probably find it inconceivable. An hour later, Lin Fei was like a man covered in blood, standing among the corpses of the demonic beasts. His killing intent was so dense that no one dared to approach him. 10,000 experience gained. Lin Fei let out a long breath and looked at the injuries on his body. He could not help but smile bitterly. A rank 5 demonic beast. Regardless of attack power or reaction speed, it is several times stronger. No wonder no one has ever dared to challenge a group of rank 5 demonic beasts. I'm probably the first person to do so, right? Rubbing his nose, Lin Fei smiled proudly. He started by killing rank 4 demonic beasts alone. Then, he challenged them in groups, earning a large amount of experience. At the end, he basically killed them with a single slash. This process lasted for a total of 20 days. Then, Lin Fei changed his target from rank 4 demonic beasts to rank 5 demonic beasts. At the beginning, he only hunted rank 5 demonic beasts alone. After that, he killed many demonic beasts. Different demonic beasts had different weaknesses. It was very helpful to be able to identify them in battle. Today, Lin Fei was a little unlucky. Originally, he wanted to kill a wind flame bear, but he was careless and entered the wind flame bear's hunting area. Thus, the previous scene of a group of bears attacking him happened. Fortunately, there was no danger. At most, he only suffered superficial wounds. I still need about 100,000 experience points to level up. I think it will take less than 10 days. Blackwater Mountain Range, 36th day. Die. A rank 5 demonic beast fell to the ground. In a month's time, Lin Fei had already trained the rushing thunder saber technique to greater mastery. Every slash was ferocious and overbearing. Killed rank 5 demonic beast Bloodwolf. Obtained 500 experience points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully advancing to the 6th sky of the martial path. Obtained 100 treasure bag and 5,000 silvers. The system's voice rang. Although he was mentally prepared, Lin Fei could not help but shout when he heard the notification. Ha! I have finally reached the 6th sky of the martial path. An Earth Chi expert at the 8th sky of the martial path pressed down like a mountain. Lin Fei was under great pressure. Advancing to the next level was equivalent to increasing his ability to resist. Advancing to the 6th sky of the martial path took about 2 months. It was neither too long nor too short. Lin Fei was not dissatisfied. If this news spread to the divine martial sect, many people would be shocked. After the excitement, a black bag appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was small and exquisite, bright and shiny. This is 100 treasure bag? Originally, he thought that advancing to the 6th sky of the martial path would either be a fist technique or a saber technique. In the end, 100 treasure bag appeared. He could not help but be shocked and surprised. When his attention was focused on the 100 treasure bag, a strange scene appeared. 100 treasure bag, a space that a martial artist carries with him. It can store all kinds of things. Cannot store living things. Cannot be traded. This appears upon death. Items will be dropped. After the system notification, Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Damn, it can't be something like a space ring, right? I remember that the divine martial sect had a record. In the Xintian continent, anyone who reached the profound realm would receive 100 treasure bag to store all kinds of things. Could it be that this is 100 treasure bag? According to the notification, Lin Fei easily grasped the method to use the 100 treasure bag. The method to use the 100 treasure bag was very simple. Just think of an item, and anything that could be stored in the 100 treasure bag could be stored in the 100 treasure bag. It was convenient and fast. Apart from being excited, Lin Fei was once again shocked. After trying it out, he confirmed the miraculousness of the 100 treasure bag. Someone from the divine martial sect had mentioned that their 100 treasure bag was only the size of a table, but Lin Fei's 100 treasure bag was the size of half a room, and it was completely empty. I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich. Lin Fei understood the benefits of the 100 treasure bag better than anyone else. Not only was the size of the 100 treasure bag impressive, but it was also a treasure. It just so happens that my demonic beast fur is almost full. With this 100 treasure bag, I don't have to worry about it anymore. The first thing Lin Fei thought of was that he was about to run out of demonic beast fur. He was just worrying about how to continue storing it. He couldn't possibly waste the demonic beast fur. After putting away the demonic beast fur, Lin Fei opened the leveling system to check his experience bar. He was shocked once again. His original 300,000 experience bar had instantly increased to 500,000 experience bar. It was a total of 200,000 experience bar, and he almost fell to the ground. Damn, this is killing me. Before he could recover from his shock, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. It spread all the way to his feet, and he immediately felt it. Qinggong, Flowing Wind. Chapter 46. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes. Kiss. Don't hide. You're a good kid if you vote for me. Kiss. Everyone come and be a good kid. Kiss. There seems to be movement in front. Lin Fei stood on the tree and looked into the distance. On the towering tree, Xiao Chun could barely see what was going on in the surroundings, and he could see most of it. Isn't this the aura of demon beasts? Looking carefully, Lin Fei had a strange look on his face. He suspected that he had made a mistake. How could such an accident happen? After advancing to the 6th heaven of martial Dao, Lin Fei's 6 senses had strengthened a lot, so he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying aura in the distant mountains, rolling in this direction. The earth trembled because of the attack of the demon beasts. Lin Fei didn't believe that he would be wrong. There was indeed the aura of demon beasts coming from afar, and there were some powerful demon beasts that were strong enough to kill him. What's going on in the mountain range? Why are there so many demonic beasts running out? Is there a big boss in the mountains? Lin Fei was a game otaku, and the first thing that came to his mind was a big boss that appeared out of nowhere. His eyes suddenly lit up like a man seeing a naked woman. Other than the big boss, no one else could scare the demon beasts away. After observing for half an hour, there should be a big boss. Lin Fei looked into the distance and landed in the depths of the mountains. He was sure of his guess. If an ordinary person encountered a group of demon beasts, their first thought would be to turn around and run to a safe place. Lin Fei was different compared to others. His face showed an expression of eagerness. My windborne body technique has reached the first realm. I am like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Don't encounter too much danger. My body technique is enough to deal with it. If I encounter a demon beast war, maybe I could be the fisherman. Young people were impulsive and hot-blooded. Lin Fei's strength had just advanced to the sixth heaven of martial Dao, and his Xian Qi could be condensed. Compared to condensing Xian Qi, his strength had improved again, so it was normal for him to have this idea. The demon beasts are running away in front. I can grasp the method of condensing Xian Qi along the way to improve my combat effectiveness. Lin Fei was the kind of person who would not regret his decision. Blackwater Mountain Range. From time to time, all sorts of roars could be heard coming from the originally quiet forest. The roars shook the heavens and reverberated continuously. Rumble, accompanied by a loud sound. A huge, fiery red creature rushed out of the thicket in a frenzy. It was as if it was frightened by something. Without caring about the situation, it crashed into a few trees, causing blood to flow and flesh to fly everywhere. Ignoring its injuries, it rushed back into the thicket like a wisp of smoke. Its eyes were filled with endless fear. This was a fourth-order demonic beast, the Wind Flame Bear. Who would have thought that the rank 4 demonic beasts that were so arrogant would turn into stray dogs? What kind of demonic beast was it that drove them out? Could it be a rank 6 demonic beast? Or a 7th rank demonic beast? Standing on the tree, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with sorrow and doubt. Along the way, there were many similar situations. The 4th rank demonic beast was just one of them, and it was not considered a powerful demonic beast. At least, that was the case in Lin Fei's eyes. Rank 4 demonic beast, Earth Bear. 5th rank monster, Blackwater, Giant Crocodile. Rank 3 monster beast, Swamp Crocodile. 2nd rank demonic beast, Jungle Leopard. Within the forest, all the demonic beasts that could be seen had turned into stray dogs as they fled in a certain direction without a care for their lives. A wave of demonic beasts of such a scale would cause anyone's scalp to go numb. Once they were trapped by the demonic beasts, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Basically, the former had a higher chance of survival. At this moment, the group of demonic beasts did not differentiate between friend and foe. All that was left was to run for their lives. Rank 6 demonic beast, Giant Rampage Bear. Within the group of demonic beasts, a 20-foot-tall gray bear let out a furious roar and killed a rank 5 demonic beast with a palm that was the size of a praying mat. With a series of roars, a few more demonic beasts were killed. Somewhere, someone let out a sound of disbelief. What the hell? Why is a rank 6 demonic beast here? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. After a bout of madness, the giant rampage bear rejoined the group of demonic beasts, as if it was just venting its dissatisfaction. Even a rank 6 demonic beast could be chased out. Lin Fei could hardly imagine it. Could it be a rank 7 demonic beast that chased them out? He stopped again. Lin Fei silently pondered whether to go in or not. A suspected rank 7 demonic beast was equivalent to an expert at the 7th heaven of the martial Dao. Compared to the same level, it was a terrifying existence that was much stronger. A rank 7 demonic beast dares to chase away a rank 7 demonic beast? Something big must have happened. As a martial artist, how can I retreat? Anyway, I have never seen a rank 7 demonic beast in my life. I might as well go and take a look. That rank 7 demonic beast can't possibly deal with a nobody like me, right? Lin Fei shamelessly found a reason for himself. He was to admire the rank 7 demonic beast. What a nonsense reason. Was a rank 7 demonic beast something that a martial artist at the sixth heaven of the martial Tao could admire? 2 hours later, Lin Fei used his qing gong to move with the wind, turning into a gentle breeze as he walked through the forest. This area is probably the rank 7 demonic beast territory. I didn't expect that all the demonic beasts living here would be driven out. Along the way, until this area, the word quiet described the domineering rank 7 demonic beast. Lin Fei never doubted his own feelings. Roar! Before he could check the exact location, an enraged roar came crashing down like a great river crashing down on him. Puff! Caught off guard, Lin Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. The qi and blood in his body surged, and he lost his balance, nearly falling off the tree. He stabbed the saber in his hand into the tree before he could stabilize himself. What a terrifying roar. This is definitely not what a rank 7 demonic beast can have. This must be a rank 8 demonic beast. It must be a rank 8 demonic beast. Lin Fei's face showed a look of horror. If he didn't cultivate the 9 revolutions mental technique, the Xian Qi in his body was better than ordinary people, and his body was stronger than others. If he was replaced by a sixth heaven of the martial Tao, he would be seriously injured or killed by a roar. Silently running the 9 revolutions mental technique, after dozens of breaths, his qi and blood stabilized. In any case, he was injured before he finished his apprenticeship and almost failed miserably. Rank 8 demonic beast. Rank 8 demonic beast. How could there be a rank 8 demonic beast? Following the direction of the roar, Lin Fei was not frightened and moved forward cautiously. He was inexplicably injured by a rank 8 demonic beast. No matter what, he had to see who the other party was. There seems to be fighting in front, and there's a strong force. Chapter 47. Rank 8 demonic beast, Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey. Through the gap in the forest, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and he didn't even dare to make a sound. His heart and breathing quickened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. It really is a rank 8 demonic beast, a super boss. Oh my God. Outside the forest, there was a completely different world. A 30 feet tall Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey with black scales covering its body was the best defense. A red glow flickered on its huge head, revealing its ferocious face. The terrifying aura it emitted was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. It was holding a tree that had been uprooted and swung it around vigorously. The scene was a mess, with corpses and bones scattered all over the place. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Rank 8 demonic beast, Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey. A demonic beast with an ancient bloodline. Bang, bang, bang. The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey's eyes were bloodshot, and its sturdy scales were covered with wounds. It must have suffered countless attacks to have such injuries. The gigantic tree fell into the hands of the demon monkey. It was like a gigantic weapon that was swung around in the air. Cracks appeared on the ground, as if the ground had been completely dried up. The strong qi waves turned into strong gusts of wind that attacked everything within the perimeter, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. The ones fighting against the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey were a group of people in white outfits. There were around 30 of them, and each of them was quite powerful. There was a golden saber embroidered on their left chests, and it was dazzling under the scorching sun. One of the top 3 sects in the Unfalling Dynasty, the Saber God sect. The disciples of the Saber God sect were working together, and it was as if they were casting a saber formation. The saber rays were extremely powerful, and they surrounded the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey. The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey was unable to break free from the encirclement, and its combat ability was greatly restricted. The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey let out a roar of anger and unwillingness. Humph! Rank 8 demonic beast, Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey, is nothing. Under the demon ceiling saber formation, even a rank 8 demonic beast will die. Outside the battlefield, on a small empty field, a few disciples of the Saber God sect surrounded a young man in purple outfits. They were on guard, and their eyes were darting around. Young Master Chang, you're right. Demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey, a rank 8 demonic beast, is unlucky to run into young Master Chang. In less than an hour, it will be killed by the Demon's Sealing Saber Formation. I've heard that the Devil Monkey Scorching Sun possesses the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. This demonic beast must possess the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast, which explains its current strength. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle One. The purple-clothed young master had a dignified appearance, and there was an evil air between his brows. He exuded a sense of arrogance, causing others to not dare to look down on his identity. Young Master's luck is extremely good this time. Even the heavens are helping young Master. If you can refine a trace of the ancient demonic beast's bloodline, you will definitely cultivate a strong body. I think the other young masters are definitely not as good as you. That's true. This young master's talent is outstanding. How could the few of you be a match for me? The purple-robed young man said proudly. When the fiendish monkey is about to die, I will have to trouble Uncle One to take a strand of the ancient demonic beast's bloodline. Young master, there's no need to stand on ceremony. This old man will do it. Damn, so it's the Saber God sect that forced the level 8 demonic beast out. Other than them, no one else would dare to make a move against an level 8 demonic beast. Lin Fei held his breath, not daring to be careless. He heard every single word spoken by the purple-clothed young man. Ancient demonic beast's bloodline? No wonder this level 8 demonic beast is so powerful that it chased all the demonic beasts out. It must be because of the demonic beast bloodline, right? It wasn't easy for him to reach this place, and Lin Fei was unwilling to leave. The Saber God sect was one of the 3 major sects in the Unfalling Empire, and their strength was on par with the Divine Martial sect. The ancient demonic beast bloodline might be something good. It's a pity that those white-clothed men have a powerful aura, and they might even be above the 7th heaven of the martial path. As for that Uncle One, he must be even more powerful. If this purple-clothed young master was on Earth, he would either be the son of a wealthy family or a powerful official. Trying to snatch something from them is equivalent to courting death. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly as he tried to think of a way to get some benefits. That's a cave? His gaze fell onto a cave about 500 zhang away from the scene of the battle. In front of the cave was a dense forest, and if one didn't pay attention, it would be easy to overlook the cave. I'm rich. A level 8 demonic beast cave might have some good stuff. If I can't get the ancient demonic beast bloodline, you guys can eat the meat, and I can drink the soup. Lin Fei had always been brave, and he even dared to come here in waves of demonic beasts, let alone a cave. The cave was located in the forest, and it wasn't too far away, so they could take a detour. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei had practiced the flowing wind movement art, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. After reaching the first realm of the flowing wind movement art, he was like the wind, and he could come and go without a trace. At this moment, they were all focused on the level 8 demonic beast, the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey, and ignored the cave in the forest. If it wasn't for the level 8 demonic beast devouring other demonic beasts when they arrived, the cave would have been discovered long ago, and Lin Fei wouldn't even have a chance. Flowing wind movement art. Once the movement art was used, his body was like the wind. Lin Fei's heart was in his throat. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this movement art. You must succeed, and don't disappoint me. After all, you're a gift from the system. Don't give me a knockoff. 100 feet. 200 feet. He was getting closer, even closer. 300 feet. The forest was a great help to Lin Fei with the cover he had. 400 feet. 500 feet. Seeing the entrance of the cave, Lin Fei suppressed his excitement, and he instantly turned into the wind and dashed into the cave. At the same time, Uncle One, who was standing beside the purple-robed man, subconsciously looked towards one of the directions with sharp eyes. At that moment, Uncle One vaguely felt that there was something strange in the forest, but he didn't pay much attention to it. With his strength, he would be able to detect any movement in the forest. The most important thing now was to use up the chi and blood of the level 8 demonic beast and kill it. That was close. Luckily, I came in, or else I would have been discovered by that person. That special gaze made Lin Fei's heart palpitate. It was as if he could see through one's heart, and there was nowhere to hide. He was definitely a powerful cultivator. After entering the cave, Lin Fei felt nervous, as if he was having an affair with someone else. He hid in the corner, afraid that the person would rush in. 10 breaths later, Lin Fei finally felt relieved. Since the person didn't notice him, the treasures in the cave should belong to him now. Coming out from the corner, the light in the cave was dim, and he could barely see the surroundings. The cave was huge and long, and there was a damp smell in the air. In the corner, there were many bones piled up. They must be the bones of demonic beasts. Chapter 48. P.S. For those who like this book, please cast an important vote and help Woody go further and higher. Shauka thanks you. Since ancient times, demonic beasts have been divided into high and low ranks. As a low-ranked demonic beast, they are used to acting on instinct, but high-ranked demonic beasts are completely different. They will have the opportunity to open up a certain level of intelligence and know how to occupy a place as their own cultivation ground. Their growth rate is usually faster than ordinary demonic beasts. The red sun demonic monkey is one of them. At the end of the cave is an open space. Lin Fei stepped in, and a rotten smell assaulted his nostrils. He almost suffocated and fainted in the cave. This is the legendary lair of the 8th rank demonic beast. The light in the cave is very dim. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strength has been promoted to the 6th sky of martial path. Although he can't see in the dark, he can barely see 70 to 80%. The area of the cave is not very big, about the size of a room. Like the outside, there are many skeletons scattered, emitting a gloomy aura. Perhaps because of the lack of air circulation, there is a rotten smell, forming a thick smell that almost suffocates. The battle outside is ongoing. Lin Fei does not dare to waste time, fearing that they will break in, so he needs to get the benefits first. Don't let me down. Lin Fei prays to the gods in his heart. No wonder Lin Fei thinks so. If he doesn't get anything and meets those people outside, it will be a tragedy. The area of the demonic beast cave is not big. Lin Fei checks it very easily. After a while, he finally found something. In the corner, the things piled up like a mountain entered Lin Fei's vision. Armor. Lin Fei picked up the tattered thing at the top and barely recognized it. It was a piece of armor. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this rank 8 monster beast regarded armor as a treasure? What's the use of a broken armor? Demonic beasts like to occupy certain things. Lin Fei has heard before, so he is not surprised at all. It is not easy to find a pile of things, of course. He will not miss the opportunity. Lin Fei carries the spirit of hard work and keeps searching. After a while, he exclaims, "Good heavens, this sword is really sharp. It almost cut my palm." Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. The sword's hilt was decorated with jewels. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was a good item. This sword should be a low-grade mortal weapon. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it for 20 to 30,000 taels of silver. In the mysterious heavenly continent, weapons were divided into 6 grades. Mortal grade was the lowest, followed by genuine weapon, royal weapon, imperial weapon, monarch weapon, and divine weapon. Each grade was divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, semi-supreme grade, and supreme grade. In Lin Fei's hand was a low-grade mortal weapon. After knowing that the sword was a mortal weapon, Lin Fei grinned. I'm going to be rich this time. A low-grade mortal weapon. If I put it outside, I'll have to fight for it nonstop. This time, it's all mine. A low-grade common weapon. Lin Fei immediately put it into his 100 treasure bag. This time, the 100 treasure bag really came in handy. Lin Fei was sure that the items in the corner were the spoils of war collected by the 8th grade demonic beast after killing the human experts. Now, they were all going to be his. This armor is not bad. It can still be used after some repairs. I'll keep it. Damn, who would bring a beauty fan out for no reason? I'll keep it first. Who knows, I might be able to get a girl in the future. Spear? It's barely passable. I can sell it for money. Parting hook? Looks good. I'll keep it first. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He didn't hold back at all. With the 100 treasure bag on him, he didn't let go of anything valuable. He couldn't let others take advantage of him. Take everything and keep everything. This was Lin Fei's usual style. After a round of searching, all the good items were taken away. What was left were some worthless items. Most of them were junk. Just as he was about to change to another place to search, a black light flashed at the bottom of the pile of junk. If not for Lin Fei's good eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed that there was still something on the ground. Hey, a black saber? At the bottom of the corner, there was a black saber about 3 feet long. It was equivalent to about 1 meter on Earth. It was black all over. There were small grooves on the saber, emitting a cold aura. It was lying on the ground and was almost ignored. Lin Fei didn't know why he had a feeling that this saber was destined to be with him. With the strength of the 6th firmament of the martial path, there was no weapon that he couldn't pick up. However, when he grabbed the black saber, a strange scene appeared. The black saber didn't move at all. After several attempts, the black saber was like a huge rock that wouldn't budge. Damn, I don't believe it. Lin Fei was suddenly angry. He ran the 9 revolutions mysterious chi in his body and poured it into his hands. He shouted up. With the help of the 9 revolutions mysterious chi, the black saber was caught in an instant. Because of the strong force, Lin Fei lost his balance. The black saber fell straight from his hand, shining with cold light. Crash! Lin Fei was scared out of his wits. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. My luck can't be so good. The black saber fell on the ground and cut a big hole, smooth and flat. Lin Fei couldn't imagine what it would be like if it fell on a person's body. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Good stuff, good treasure. The black saber was very heavy, and the material was never heard of. Lin Fei found another saber. When the two came in contact, they were immediately cut. A divine weapon. He took the risk to enter the cave to find good things. In the end, he found a divine weapon unexpectedly. Lin Fei couldn't help but be excited. In the Blackwater Mountain Range, Lin Fei was dissatisfied with the weapon he bought. It wasn't sharp enough to kill the demon beasts. Now, he loved this divine weapon so much that he couldn't put it down. Roughly speaking, it was at least at the level of a high-grade, ordinary weapon. The only regret was that this black saber was very heavy. Fortunately, Lin Fei practiced the Invincible Vajra body. His body was strong. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to hold it. He reluctantly put away the black saber. He planned to find a chance to try it again after he went out. After checking around the cave, Lin Fei couldn't help but be disappointed. Besides this pile of scrap metal, he couldn't find anything else. An 8th-ranked demon beast. It can't be so poor. Lin Fei couldn't help but mutter. He looked around again. Humans were greedy people. Lin Fei was the same. After searching in the cave again, Lin Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at a certain place. On an inconspicuous rock wall in the cave. On the damp rock wall, weeds grew. Looking carefully, there was a vine growing on the huge rock wall. It had black leaves. The black vine had branches and leaves. It was faintly discernible. Lin Fei subconsciously took a few steps closer. He immediately saw it clearly. The black vine was strange in itself. On the top of the black vine, there were 3 fruits. The 3 fiery red fruits were like the tip of a finger. They flickered and emitted traces of heat. It was a very strange existence. Lin Fei couldn't help but open his mouth. Could it be a strange fruit? Lin Fei was wondering what kind of fruit it was. His hands didn't stop moving. He went straight to the rock wall, ready to pluck the fruits. After all, there was no harm in plucking them. Kid, you're courting death. Put down the Crimson Sun fruits. Chapter 49. P.S. Thanks to everyone's support, I've finally made it to the front page. I'm not too far away from the first few spots. Fellow readers, let's make our way up together. Scarlet Sun Fruit? That's a good name. I'll gladly accept it. Lin Fei had advanced to the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path and was no longer the same person he was in the past. When he charged into the cave, he paid attention to the movements behind him. He had learned from his mistakes so that he wouldn't fail miserably. The Saber God sect was one of the 3 great sects in the Undying Empire, so he had to be careful when he snatched something from them. This was the 6th layer of the martial path, the condensation of profound chi into a saber ray. You're courting death. The white-robed man didn't expect the other party to be so bold as to ignore his advice and snatch the scarlet sunfruit away. His chest heaved violently from anger. Mountain-shattering saber art. As the name suggested, the disciples of the Saber God sect were all saber experts. The scarlet sunfruit was in his hands. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to escape. Instead, he calmed himself down. It was this calmness that had saved him from a disaster. Executing the windborne movement art, it was as if a gentle breeze was dancing in the cave. The other party's saber technique was powerful, and every slash carried a majestic aura that could split mountains. As expected of a disciple of the Saber God sect, his mastery of the saber technique is exquisite. If he didn't have a movement technique, his advantage would be negligible. It's no wonder why he's one of the three great sects in the Undying Empire. Lin Fei had only learned the saber through unorthodox means, so he knew that he was no match for the other party. The Saber God sect's disciple executed his saber technique, and his cultivation was at the 6th layer of the martial path. His saber ray shrouded the surroundings, and it felt as if the air was being sliced in half. While Lin Fei was shocked, the disciples of the Divine Saber sect were equally shocked. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? My mountain-breaking saber technique is a first-rate mysterious art. Once mastered, every saber will break the mountain, and every saber will explode. Even an expert at the 6th sky of the martial path would lose the ability to resist under the pressure of the mountain-breaking aura. How could this kid not be affected? This is impossible. The Saber God sect's use of the saber has enlightened me. It turns out that the saber can be used in this way. No wonder people often say that cultivators need to accumulate all kinds of accumulations. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with joy. Heaven-breaking slash. The white-clothed disciple was finally angered. A dignified disciple of the Saber God sect was being ignored. He had never been treated like this before. The final move of the mountain-breaking saber art, heaven-breaking slash, contained boundless might. Your moves aren't bad, but that's all there is to it. I'll cut you down with my saber. Previously, Lin Fei had been comprehending with the saber. Now that he had more or less grasped it, there was naturally no need for him to continue traveling. Bolting thunderbolt saber art, ceaseless torrent. His profound chi condensed into a form as his left arm took the form of a saber. A 3-meter-long saber ray shot out with a thunderous roar, turning into an arc of light that illuminated the cave. The Saber God sect disciple's vision blurred, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. In the next instant, his body was cleaved into two. With the same cultivation and grade of cultivation technique, Lin Fei knew how to seize the opportunity. After killing the Saber God sect disciple, Lin Fei remained calm. From the moment he picked the crimson sunfruit, the Saber God sect disciple had to die. Either he or Lin Fei would die. Even though he had no idea why the other party entered, Lin Fei dared not let his guard down. He would kill the other party first, regardless of whether they were from the Saber God sect or something else. The second kill was unexpectedly calm. After searching the Saber God sect disciple's body, there was nothing but silver on him. Picking up the saber, Lin Fei used it as his weapon. What a pauper! The Saber God sect was a place where sabers were used. This saber wasn't famous, but it was worth around 4,000 silvers. Condensing the profound chi and slashing the saber ray. It can be used against low-ranked martial artists, but it won't be effective against high-level martial artists. I'll have to be cautious next time. Lin Fei held onto the steel blade and moved along the wall. He had a rare, serious expression on his face. Rumble. Outside the cave, the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey's roar could be heard. The Saber God sect disciple really came in secretly. The entrance of the cave was as usual, and Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. No one would be paying attention to him for the time being. Through the cave, Lin Fei was stunned when he saw the situation outside. In less than the time it took for an incense to burn, the demon Scarlet Sun Monkey that was previously surrounded was covered in wounds. Deep wounds could be seen on his chest and back. The aura of an 8th-order beast was getting weaker and weaker. The rank 8 demonic beast is about to die. Lin Fei's face was filled with fear. The Saber God sect disciple had the strength of the 6th or 7th sky of the martial path, but he managed to trap the rank 8 demonic beast with the Saber array. I must be trapped by the Saber array in the future, or I'll be in big trouble. The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey is about to die. Uncle One, please kill it, and take out the ancient demonic beast's bloodline. The purple-shirted young man was overjoyed as he turned around and said to the old man beside him, "Don't worry, I'll kill the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey right now." When Uncle One took a step forward, his entire body emitted a powerful aura that shot up into the sky. The devil monkey of Red Sun, who was fighting like a cornered beast, narrowed his eyes and had goosebumps all over his body. As a rank 8 demonic beast, he could feel the danger that was approaching. This man is dangerous, extremely dangerous. Bang, bang, bang. The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey let out a loud roar as he waved the giant tree in his hand. He managed to break free from the Saber array and injured the disciples of the Saber God sect. The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey did not attack first. Instead, it headed straight for its lair. "Bastard, you're courting death." The old man was unfazed by the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey. His cold eyes were filled with disdain. Slash! The 10 Zhonglong golden saber dashed across the sky like it was a solid object and landed on the demon Scarlet Sun Monkey's body with a whistling sound. Saber Essence. The Saber Essence could only be mastered by cultivators at the 8th sky of the martial path. Roar! The demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey let out an unwilling roar. Its 3 zhong tall body fell to the ground and was split into 2 halves. Fresh blood flowed on the ground. At that moment, it was only a few zhong away from its lair. "Sir, the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey has been killed." The purple-shirted young man was overjoyed. Good, good. Lin Fei swallowed his saliva as he felt his mouth go dry. What a terrifying attack. An 8-rank 8 demonic beast could not even withstand a single attack. Is this the power of an 8 heavens cultivator? Fortunately, Lin Fei's mental fortitude was exceptional. Otherwise, his earlier attack would have exposed his whereabouts. Could it be that the demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey has returned to its lair for the Scarlet Sun Fruit? Chapter 50. P.S. Thank you all for your support. From the last place in the morning, I have climbed all the way to the 2nd place. I'm only 3,000 points away from the 1st place. I would like to thank everyone once again. I hope that everyone can help me get to the 1st place. Please vote for me. I would like to thank you all. The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey was killed by accident. Lin Fei was the one who felt the most conflicted. Lin Fei was hiding in the cave. He had planned to take this opportunity to leave. The treasures he had obtained from the beast's nest would be enough for him to make a trip. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a bad mood. In fact, he was in extremely bad mood. The 8th sky of the martial path, an expert in earth energy, was eyeing the demonic beast's lair like a tiger eyeing its prey. Lin Fei was still fearful of the previous attack. The ferocious demonic Crimson Sun Monkey couldn't even block a single slash and was mercilessly killed. Even though there was some exaggeration in his words, no one would dare to underestimate an expert in the 8th sky of the martial path. "Mister, please wait for a moment. I will retrieve the ancient demonic beast's bloodline for you." Zhaowen retracted her aura and stood not far away from the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey. She frowned and looked at the beast's nest. "Quick, retrieve the ancient demonic beast's bloodline," the man in purple robe said excitedly. "If I use the ancient demonic beast's bloodline to refine my body, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds." "Big brother, second brother, so what if you are talented? I will still kill you. I would like to congratulate you once again. The Devil Red Sun Monkey has given up resisting and returned to its nest. I think there must be some rare treasures in its nest that can help it recover from its injuries. As far as I know, there's only one creature that needs the Devil Red Sun Monkey to grow. I think there must be a ripe red sun fruit in its nest." Zhaowen raised her head and looked happy. "What? The legendary Crimson Sun Fruit? Could it be the Crimson Sun Fruit that can increase one's divine strength?" The crimson sun fruit that everyone dreams of consuming? Divine strength fruit? One crimson sun fruit can increase one's strength by 3,000 pounds? How is that possible? How did the devil scarlet sun monkey find the fiendish red sun vine? Zhao Wen's words caused a huge reaction among the crowd. The purple-robed young master, Cheng Shaowen, had a distinguished status and was knowledgeable. After hearing this, he still couldn't hide his surprise and excitement. Uncle Wen, are you sure that there are mature crimson sun fruits in the nest? What did the flaming sun fruit do? Coming from a large sect, they knew very well how precious it was. Zhao Wen nodded. Young sir, entering the mountains this time is a double blessing. The bloodline of an ancient demonic beast has strengthened your mortal body's defenses, and after eating the crimson sun fruit, you have restored your mortal body's flaws. Your supernatural strength is astonishing, and your combat prowess has increased several times over. This old servant congratulates young sir. Lin Fei had a strange expression on his face when he heard the conversation outside. F***CK, didn't I strike it rich again? Lin Fei had never imagined that the fiery red fruit would have such a miraculous effect. He nearly thought that he had misheard. Innate divine strength was considered a kind of innate talent. The master of the divine force gate was one of them. In terms of cultivating martial arts, he had a certain advantage, which made Lin Fei envious. According to what they said, one flaming sun fruit can increase one's physical strength by 3 flaming sun fruits. Doesn't that mean my strength will increase greatly? If that's the case, then I'll die of pleasure. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. After a short moment of excitement, Lin Fei's face turned serious again. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. I wanted to take this chance to escape, but it seems that it won't be easy. My biggest advantage is that I'm in the dark while they're in the light. They don't know that I've taken the flaming sun fruit, and if they find out, they will definitely die. Therefore, I only have one chance to leave this place. A black badge appeared on Lin Fei's palm. It was the Martial World Badge. Once activated, his speed would increase by 1 point. With my Qigong and the Martial World Badge, other than the old man who is at the 8th sky of the martial path, the rest won't pose a threat to me. I should be able to escape. Lin Fei was confident in his strength at the 6th firmament of the martial path. With his mystical saber techniques, he could barely hold his own against the 7th firmament of the martial path. If he were to encounter an 8th firmament of the martial path, he would not have a 10% chance of winning. Refine. The devil scarlet sun monkey, who had been killed in one slash, floated in the air. The green flame was burning mercilessly, and its 3-zhong body was shrinking continuously. Zhao Wen was refining the devil scarlet sun monkey to obtain the ancient bloodline of the 8th rank demonic beast. Even though it was just a sliver, it was still enough to attract many people's attention. 3-zhong, 2-zhong. The flesh and blood of the devil scarlet sun monkey continued to burn as it shrunk to the size of a fist. To refine an 8th rank demonic beast, one had to be at least at the 8th sky of the martial path. Even so, Zhao Wen's wrinkled face still showed signs of paleness. It's done. Half an hour later, the 8th rank demonic beast, devil scarlet sun monkey, had turned into a thumb-sized ball of golden blood floating in the air. Within the ball of golden blood, there was a blurry silhouette of the devil scarlet sun monkey. An overbearing, cruel, and ancient aura spread out from the ball of golden blood. No wonder it contains the blood of an ancient demonic beast. Cheng Shaowen couldn't help but be astonished. Greed could be seen in his eyes. The ancient demonic beast's blood would belong to him. He knew that the ball of blood contained the essence of the devil scarlet sun monkey, and it was priceless. Just when the crowd was in awe, something unexpected happened. A cool breeze blew through the forest, brushing past a few white-robed disciples who were closest to him, but none of them reacted. Good stuff, I'll gladly accept it. As the mocking voice rang out, a pale white hand appeared in the air, calm and at ease. Right before everyone's eyes, it grabbed the golden blood and floated away. In just a few breaths of time, it was already 150 meters away. Its speed was inconceivably fast, leaving no time for anyone to react. They had never thought that someone would dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Shit, stop him! Stop him! He took the treasure. Damn it, kill him. Don't let him escape. The crowd was shocked. They had never thought that someone would dare to snatch something from the Saber God sect. The Saber God sect, the unfalling dynasty, and the three great sect had never had their treasures taken away from them. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was like a slap to their faces. Cheng Xiaowen's handsome face had long turned black. He was infuriated. He would go crazy if someone else took away something that was already in his possession. The white-shirt disciple was the first to react. Without saying a word, 3 saber rays slashed across the sky, forming a blockade that blocked the path of the arrogant black-robed man. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay? Cheng Xiaowen's face darkened, but he maintained his calm. He was indeed from a good background, but his gaze was filled with killing intent. Chapter 51. P.S. Sorry for the late update. Thanks to Liang Xianpeng for the tip. I'm still 1,000 points away from the person above me. I'm rolling on the ground, begging for recommendation votes. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, Cheng Xiaowen was completely enraged, and his emotions were on the verge of erupting. 3 rays of saber radiance swept across the area, blocking Lin Fei's path. Behind him, several disciples of the Saber God sect brandished their sabers. It was the saber formation from before, and they gradually formed an encirclement. Once the saber formation was formed, there was no way to escape. The demon-sealing saber formation used by the disciples of the Saber God sect could trap an expert 1 cultivation realm higher than them. Even if the opponent was 2 cultivation realms higher than them, it would still be able to hold them off. Now that the black-robed man had been trapped, even an expert would not be able to turn the situation around. The 3 great sects were indeed powerful sections. They could tell that the black-robed man's Qin Gong was powerful, and the only thing they could do now was to trap him. Would Lin Fei agree to it? Of course not. If not for the fact that the demonic Scarlet Sun monkey died in front of his nest. If not for the fact that the demonic Scarlet Sun monkey possessed a trace of the ancient demonic beast bloodline. If not for the fact that he refined it in front of everyone. All sorts of ifs led to karma. Lin Fei had always been bold. If he didn't snatch the ancient demonic beast bloodline from the demonic Scarlet Sun monkey, he would not be able to eat or sleep well. Thus, Lin Fei made his move. His Qin Gong was as elegant as the wind, and he completed an unbelievable movement in a split second. You're underestimating me if you think you can stop me with just 3 rays of saber radiance. Lin Fei harumphed coldly. His body stopped in the air, and he made a strange movement. He floated to the side and dodged the saber radiance. Drifting wind like the wind. The drifting wind was so heaven-defying that it could move without a trace. Even though Lin Fei had only comprehended a small portion of it, it was impossible for him to block his path. No matter how many lines there were, they could block his path? Impossible. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had never thought of fighting them, especially an astral energy expert at the 8th heaven of the martial path who could unleash astral sabers. Using wits instead of force was the strategy that Lin Fei came up with. There are still 500 zhang left. Just hold on a little longer. Once I enter the forest, I'll be like a fish returning to the sea. Don't even think about finding me. His movement technique was like the wind, completely exceeding Lin Fei's expectations. He could still escape even after being sealed off, avoiding the encirclement of the saber formation. He was even more confident that he could leave this place. As long as the astral energy experts did not make a move, he had a high chance of leaving. Not good. Senior Brotherly Shan has been killed, and the Crimson Sun Fruit has been stolen by that person. At the entrance of the rank 8 demonic beast lair, a Saber God Sect's disciple ran out in a panic. What? The Flaming Sun Fruit was stolen? Hearing this, Cheng Xiaowen was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face alternated between emotions and paleness as the fire poison attacked his heart. The ancient demonic beast bloodline had been stolen, and the Crimson Sun Fruit had also been stolen. The disciples at the scene were hoping to kill the Red Sun Demon Monkey so that they could get a share of the Red Sun Fruit. However, due to their carelessness, the thief managed to snatch the red sun fruit away from them. It was the same as killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth. It was unforgivable. What a scoundrel! I'm so angry. As the strongest person, Zhaowen was conceited enough to calculate everything in his surroundings. No one would dare to play any tricks under his nose. Even if someone tried to sneak in, they wouldn't be able to hide from his eyes. With a pair of fiery eyes, it was unknown how many people he had killed. Now that he heard that the red sun fruit had been stolen, he came to a realization. Thief, you're courting death. Zhaowen didn't care about the red sun demon monkey. The red sun fruit was something that even Zhaowen was interested in. Lin Fei looked behind him and his scalp went numb. 40 zhang behind him, the astral energy expert was flying in the air. This was the flying ability that only cultivators in the 8th sky of the martial path could master. In a breath's time, he had covered 10 zhang, and in 2 breaths' time, he had covered 60 zhang. When he heard the noise coming from the lair, Lin Fei knew that things were going to be bad. The red sun fruit was a rare treasure. How could the other party miss it? Thief, you dare to snatch food from the mouth of tiger right in front of me? No matter who you are, I'll kill you today. Lin Fei's breathing was ragged. His qin gong was pushed to the extreme, and he was like the wind, leaving behind many afterimages. He had underestimated the strength of a cultivator in the 8th sky of the martial path. Even if it was only for a short while, it was still not something an ordinary person could do. Your movement skills are not bad. No wonder you dare to snatch food from the mouth of tiger. It's a pity that you're wrong. You shouldn't have tried to snatch food from me. Zhaowen snorted coldly. Like a high and mighty hunter, she controlled the life and death of her prey. In an instant, she closed the distance between them to 150 zhang. Even though Lin Fei had expected this, he was still scared out of his wits. If they were in an open space, even 100 of him would die. The 8th sky of the martial path was indeed powerful. Old fool, you're too full of yourself. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Lin Fei turned around and said, activating Martial World Medal. Activation complete. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for gaining speed +1 and the time it takes for a jaw stick to burn. The effect will disappear when the time is up. After activating the Martial World Medal, Lin Fei's entire body was filled with light energy. He was like a cool breeze between heaven and earth. With a thought, he floated tens of zhang away. Activating speed +1, Lin Fei's speed suddenly increased. Suddenly, he moved 150 zhang, 60 zhang, 30 zhang. Zhaowen, who was as confident as a hunter, immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. How can this be? His speed, what is going on? Even I can't use a movement skill like this. How can it appear on his body? After activating speed +1, the distance between them increased. Lin Fei could finally relax. He could enter the forest. The time it took for a jaw stick to burn was more than enough for him to leave this place. Zhaowen blew her beard and glared at Xiao Chun. If he really let this little thief leave, he would lose a lot of face. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you have a secret technique to increase your movement skill. Little thief, you've really surprised this old man. However, you can stay here now. Zhaowen's tone was cold. She closed the distance between them by another 100 zhang. She clasped her hands together, and the Jingguang's saber suddenly appeared. Middle-grade combat technique, 10,000 Li saber. It was a combat technique that was similar to a divine ability. 100 zhang long golden astral saber transformed into a golden saber. A terrifying aura rose into the air and whistled through the air, slashing at the moving Lin Fei. Under the astral saber, the towering tree was sliced into 2. Its smooth surface was filled with unimaginable terror. Rumble, rumble. Every tree that blocked Xiao Chen's path was sliced into 2. His might did not decrease in the slightest. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. The terrifying saber intent locked onto Xiao Chun. Before it could reach him, the sharp astral energy had already left a trail of blood on his body. Just the astral energy alone was already so terrifying. What about the golden saber? He used all his middle-grade combat techniques. Zhao could almost see the little thief dying under the saber. Her furious face gradually relaxed. How could a little thief leave this place alive? In the next instant, her face changed drastically. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. Chapter 52. P.S. I'm currently number 2 in this book. I'm only a few steps away from being number 1. Brothers, let's get to number 1 and explode the chrysanthemum in front of us. I'm begging for all kinds of tickets, collections, sugar lovers. Huh? He's not dead. Zhao was well aware of the power of a mid-level battle technique. Even though she had controlled her strength a little, it was still 50% powerful enough to severely injure or kill any martial artist below the 7th layer of the martial path. Everyone knew that martial arts were divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Above these were even more powerful martial arts, and battle techniques were one of the more powerful branches. When used, their power was extraordinary. Battle techniques were divided into elementary, mid-level, and high-level, just like heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. In the Xintian continent, there were countless martial arts, but battle techniques were extremely rare and difficult to comprehend. It required a certain level of comprehension. Generally speaking, comprehending a battle technique was equivalent to having an extremely powerful trump card, allowing one to easily fight opponents of the same level. Seeing Zhao fail, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked, and they were speechless for a long time. It was obvious that a weak thief was able to escape from the battle technique. If it had been any one of them, they would have died without a doubt. Uncle Wen? That thief? Cheng Shaowen still couldn't believe that Uncle Wen, who was at the 8th layer of the martial path, was unable to catch a thief. It was as if someone had played a big joke on him. Young master, don't be impatient. Zhao Wen's body moved, heading straight for the originally dense forest. The previous slash had cleared the surrounding area into an empty space. Towering trees were strewn all over the place, all destroyed by the battle technique. On the messy trees, blood splattered on the fallen leaves and grass, disappearing in one direction. Don't worry, young master. That thief dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Even though his skills are not bad, he only relies on his lightness skill. His cultivation is only at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. Just now, he was struck by this old man's battle technique, 10,000-mile saber. He must have been seriously injured and lost most of his combat strength. He won't be able to escape far, at most within a few hundred miles. Young master, immediately seal off this area and dig 3 feet into the ground. No matter how angry Cheng Shaowen was, he understood the importance of finding the culprit first. Whether it was the ancient demonic beast bloodline or the crimson sun fruit, he couldn't give them up. His face sank. He clenched his teeth and said, "Do as you say. Immediately gather your subordinates. If I'm dead, I want to see my corpse. If I'm alive, I want to see who has the audacity to try and steal food from the tiger's mouth." Just as Zhao guessed, Lin Fei was seriously injured. Cough, cough, cough. In an unknown forest, a black figure was swaying, his body covered in blood. His chest was full of wounds, enduring the intense pain. He did not dare to slow down, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood from time to time. Old bastard, what was that attack just now? Its power was so terrifying, if not for Lin Fei's thoughts instantly returned to the dangerous scene just now. The golden saber slashed through the air, its killing intent locked onto Lin Fei. No matter how he increased his speed, he couldn't pull away. Instead, the terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. At the edge of life and death, Lin Fei's calmness reminded him of the 8th-tier demonic beast's nest and the black saber that had been extremely tempting. Fortunately, he had a flash of inspiration. Using the black saber, which was made of special material, he had unimaginably blocked this terrifying attack. His body was still heavily injured. If not for the invincible Vajra body, if it had been anyone else, they would have died on the spot from the unexpected attack of stellar energy. Thinking back to the scene just now, Lin Fei still had a lingering fear. Luckily, he had the black saber. Otherwise, he would have been finished. After an incense stick of time, Lin Fei fell into the thicket with a thud. A wave of fatigue followed, spreading through his body, making him feel like he couldn't move. I can't sleep. I definitely can't sleep. Fatigue spread through his body. Lin Fei didn't care, forcing himself to sit up. He opened his 100 treasures pouch and took out healing immortal medicines. He swallowed them in one go, trying to control his injuries before anything else. The front of his chest had been split open by the astral chi, like a spiderweb. It was a hair-raising sight. Luckily, the invincible Vajra body gave him a huge advantage. Otherwise, the astral chi alone would have destroyed his physical body. After taking the immortal medicines, the blood flowing out stopped. At least Lin Fei didn't have to worry about losing too much blood. He felt much better, but his complexion was still very pale. The healing immortal medicines were good, but his injuries were too serious. He wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Damn it, old thing. So what if you hurt me? I stole the essence of the Scarlet Sun Devil Monkey and the Scarlet Sun Fruit that can raise one's god power. The people of the Saber God sect will definitely not let me off. Luckily, my face is covered by the black robe, so they can't see me. However, that old thing can definitely see that I'm injured and will definitely dig 3 feet into the ground to find me. Although his injuries were not light, Lin Fei was still very excited. All the good stuff was going to him. That bullish asterisk T young master seemed to be so angry that he vomited blood. His mood instantly improved. After being seriously injured, thanks to the Martial World Entry Medallion, he could endure the pain and escape. His battle strength was 80% to 90% gone. If he was in a chaotic demonic beast zone and met a 4th or 5th ranked demonic beast, the outcome would be unimaginable. I have to find a place to recover as soon as possible. That attack from that old thing, I have to repay it sooner or later. Lin Fei clenched his fists tightly. After recovering some of his energy, Lin Fei started to take care of the small details, especially the blood that he left behind along the way. Back in university, Lin Fei was a meticulous person, and he soon discovered the trouble left behind by the blood. He endured the pain and washed off the blood on his body in a lake in the forest to avoid the trouble of being found. Dragging his exhausted body, he sent a second-ranked demonic beast away and found an old tree hole to recuperate. This place is at least a few hundred li away from the battlefield. As long as I can recover some of my battle strength, I can protect myself. They won't be able to find me so soon. Lin Fei recollected his thoughts and started to circulate his 9 revolutions mystic chi to heal his injuries. The 9 revolutions mystic chi could increase the purity of his mystic chi and also had healing effects, even though it was slow and required a lot of time. While Lin Fei was busy recovering from his injuries, the outside world was not peaceful. The Saber God sect, one of the 3 major sections. Under Cheng Shaowen's command, the area of the 8th ranked demonic beast, Scarlet Sun Devil Monkey, was immediately sealed off and turned into a forbidden area. Everyone saw how overbearing the Saber God sect was, but they didn't dare to say anything and left obediently. Chapter 53. P.S. Thanks to Liang Xianpeng for tipping me 100. Thanks again to my adorable readers. I've finally made it to the top of the public rankings. Thank you for your support. I'll try my best to make this novel interesting. Also, please vote for me. Rank 8 Demonic Beasts, the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey's territory. As mentioned before, the Blackwater Mountain Range was surrounded by mountains, and a large number of demonic beasts live there. Demonic beasts with high cultivation could occupy an area, and this had existed since ancient times. The Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey occupied an area as a cultivation ground, and all the demonic beasts in the area had to obey the Devil Scarlet Sun Monkey's orders. The area was huge, and 1 to 2,000 miles was just the beginning. What are the people from the Saber God sect doing? It's been 3 days, and they still haven't opened up this area? Who knows? They might be busy looking for treasures. Let's take a detour. Damn it, the 3 top sects are so arrogant. They sealed off an area with just a few words, and all the treasures are taken by them. I'm not willing to accept this. What's the use of that? Find trouble with them if you're capable. You might even be killed before you arrive. Outside the sealed area, The Saber God Sect's action of sealing off the area had caused a lot of people to be unhappy. Previously, there was a cultivator who was unhappy that they had sealed off the area and hindered their hunting of demonic beasts. After a few words, he was killed on the spot. Thus, the crowd could only vent their anger in private, fearing that they would be implicated. Sealing off an area meant that outsiders would have to take a detour, and no one knew if they would be attacked by demonic beasts on the way. Thus, it was natural that they were unhappy. With the reputation of the three top sects, they could only vent their dissatisfaction on them. At the same time, in the vast area of the Devil's Scarlet Sun Monkey, disciples of the Saber God sect, who were dressed in green and white robes, were scattered around the area. They formed groups of 2 and 3, and they began to search the area. Of course, Cheng Shaowen wouldn't let it go so easily. He immediately mobilized his connections and sent over 100 disciples to search the area where the demon Scarlet Sun Monkey was. They were determined to find the thief. Disciples in green robes below the 5th sky of the martial path, and disciples in white robes above the 6th sky of the martial path were more than enough to deal with a thief who was seriously injured and unable to fight. In the primordial forest of the Blackwater Mountain Range, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the chirping of birds filled the air. Walking beneath the trees made one feel incredibly small, especially for the white-robed and azure-robed disciples. If one did not pay close attention, one would not even notice that they were searching. Hoo-hoo! In a certain towering tree, someone slowly opened his eyes. That undying old thing. That saber strike was indeed powerful. Even though I used all my strength to recover, I only recovered a third of my strength in 3 days. The person cursing was naturally Lin Fei, who was healing himself. In these 3 days, Lin Fei put all his effort into recovering from his injuries. He took a lot of healing pills, but because the pills were too low in quality, they didn't have much effect at all. The effects were minimal, and he just barely had a certain amount of combat power. 1/3 of my strength is barely enough to fight. In the Blackwater Mountain Range, this little bit of strength is not enough. Not to mention the demonic beasts, just that purple rogue young master alone is extremely powerful. He will definitely cause trouble for me. A huge rock hung in Lin Fei's heart once again as he pondered on how to raise his combat power. 1/3 of my strength is definitely not safe enough. Furthermore, I lack healing pills. If I want to recover some of my strength, I might have to rely on that thing. As he searched, a small box appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Opening it, 3 red fruits appeared. Under the dim light, they shimmered, looking exceptionally alluring. Crimson Sun Fruit. This was what Lin Fei had obtained by chance from the lair of a rank 8 demonic beast. Fortunately, they had reminded him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find out the effects of the Crimson Sun Fruit. If I can use the mysterious black saber, with the sharpness of a divine weapon, I should be able to protect myself with 1/3 of my strength. A hint of choice flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. This was the only feasible method at the moment. For this thing, I was nearly killed. Let's have a taste of it first. Is this fruit really as powerful as the legends say? Lin Fei had played a lot of online games, so he was very familiar with the term heaven and earth fruit. Even on Earth, there were still heaven and earth fruits. Lingji that was hundreds of years old and wild for hundreds of years. Weren't they just a type of heaven and earth fruit? Let's see if you guys can still put on a good expression after eating the Crimson Sun Fruit. Before swallowing the Crimson Sun Fruit, Lin Fei looked at the fruit and smirked. The Crimson Sun Fruit tasted sweet after swallowing it. As for the other flavors, Lin Fei could not tell for the time being. Nothing. Lin Fei thought that there would be a huge commotion after swallowing the Crimson Sun Fruit, but nothing happened at all. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Oh, just when Zhang Xian thought that it was nothing, a fiery warm current suddenly burst forth from his dantian. Splitting into countless branches, it flowed along his meridians and spread throughout his entire body. Everywhere the warm current passed, a scorching sensation followed. Lin Fei's body, which had yet to recover fully, burst open again. Fresh blood flowed out from his wounds, and he nearly fainted from the pain. F***. Are you messing with me? No matter what, Lin Fei didn't expect the crimson sun fruit to cause such excruciating pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his clothes were instantly drenched. Luckily, the pain didn't last long. Lin Fei's injuries had yet to fully recover, and with the addition of the pain from the crimson sun fruit, his entire body was as wet as if he had just been fished out of water. F***CK. Uncultured. This is going to kill me. Lin Fei let out a breath of turbid air. His entire body was powerless as he collapsed onto the tree, gasping for breath. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Fei was about to go crazy. Luckily, it's over. After resting for a while and recovering his strength, Lin Fei began to examine his body. His body was covered in blood, but his injuries hadn't changed much, which was the only good news. Lightly clenching his fist, Lin Fei immediately felt that his body contained a powerful force. This was not the power of Shen Qi, but the true strength of his body. Divine power, innate divine power. In a Xintian continent, a martial artist's physical strength needed to be constantly trained, and they had to endure a lot of pain. Growth was very slow, and it often took several years to achieve a certain level of success. If it was before, in terms of pure physical strength, Lin Fei wouldn't have been very strong, and he wouldn't even be a match for an expert. But after taking the crimson sun fruit, his physical strength had reached a shocking 3,000 jin. 3,000 jin. How many people could train to this level just by relying on their physical strength? Lin Fei was completely excited. The pain from before was nothing. After enduring so much pain, he had obtained physical strength. He couldn't believe what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. In the boundless universe, there was actually a heavenly fruit that could increase physical strength. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now that it had happened to him, it was like a dream. Chapter 54. P.S. Thanks to Peach Blossom 1 Gig for tipping 100. Blackwater Mountain Range, Demonic Scarlet Sun Monkey's territory. Under the densely packed, towering trees, the Divine Saber Sect disciples in 2s and 3s charged towards a single target, a heavily injured person. No matter who completed this mission, they would receive great benefits. In this region, the Saber Sect's disciples worked extremely hard, not daring to overlook any suspicious spots. Their search range started to move towards the surrounding areas. I finally succeeded. Inside the tree hole, joy flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Even though his complexion was not very good, and in the dim light, he looked like a pale and powerless zombie, instilling fear in others. 3 scarlet sun fruits, it's really unbearable. I wonder if those people managed to endure it like me. Lin Fei panted heavily. He initially thought that a few incenses' time would suffice for the 3 scarlet sun fruits, but the pain he had to endure was prolonged. Once again, Lin Fei had to experience the pain. Thus, the scene from before came about. After resting for a while, Lin Fei came out from the tree hole and hid on top of the towering tree. After confirming that there was no danger, he came down from the tree. After 3 days of recuperation, Lin Fei subconsciously used his hand to block the sunlight. Despite his pale face, Lin Fei's eyes were brimming with confidence. With 3 scarlet sun fruits, my current physical strength should be around 9 to 10,000 jin. I'm afraid that there aren't many outer disciples, or even inner disciples that can match up to me. Thinking back on it, Lin Fei felt that it was all worth it. Thus, he took a few deep breaths and did not dare to waste any more time. In these 3 days, Lin Fei guessed that the Saber Sect's disciples would have searched the entire area and would find his hiding spot soon. If they encountered each other, it would be another intense battle, which wasn't what Lin Fei hoped for. He opened his interspatial pouch. A black saber appeared out of nowhere. With a flash of saber radiance, a chilling aura was accompanied by a sharp aura, as though the air was about to be sliced into 2. Sharp. Lin Fei didn't dare to receive it. His entire body felt like it was being attacked by a sharp blade, and he felt a chill run down his spine. But soon after, he couldn't help but feel happy. The more mysterious the black longsword was, the more helpful the power it produced. Good heavens, the aura of light is as sharp as a blade. I wonder what it would feel like if it were to slash a person's body. So heavy. With more than 9,000 gene of physical strength, Lin Fei finally grasped the black saber in his hand. A cold aura followed, making him feel that it was extraordinary. Even so, he still felt that it was strenuous. What material is this saber made of? Just its weight alone is no less than 5,000 pounds. Even with my current strength, I still find it difficult to wield it. It is indeed terrifying. Could it be a top-grade mortal weapon? Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. Rushing thunder saber art, unceasing torrent. With the saber in hand, Lin Fei subconsciously executed his saber technique. The rushing thunder saber technique immediately appeared in his hand. When he executed it this time, it felt completely different. There was no longer a feeling of stagnation in the air. It was as if the air in front of the saber had to avoid it. The originally thunderous sound turned into a dazzling white light. It could not help but surprise Lin Fei. The rushing thunder saber technique was based on the aura of thunder. It turned into a white light. It was indeed hard to believe. White light, rushing thunder white light. Lin Fei moved with the wind movement technique. The black longsword seemed to turn into a white light as it swept across a huge black rock. It cut through it like it was tofu. Hoo-hoo! This saber is indeed not something that could be easily wielded. The huge black rock did not move at all. When Xiao Chun touched it with his hand, a crack instantly appeared, running from the top to the bottom. Without a sound, the huge black rock was cut in half. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was already mentally prepared, he still felt that it was an inconceivable thing when he saw it with his own eyes. Does this count as me changing the flaws of the rushing thunder saber technique? The rushing thunder saber technique was large in its movements. Once it made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. It was a good cultivation technique to use against an enemy, but if it was used for a sneak attack, it would be much weaker. With the rushing thunder saber technique, the thunderous sound turned into a silent white light. Without a doubt, the might of the rushing thunder saber technique had greatly increased. If he attacked from the shadows, it would be a terrifying death sentence. Good saber. This is really a good saber. With this treasured saber, I finally have the ability to protect myself. I no longer have to fear being discovered. Lin Fei touched the saber's body, and his eyes widened. He was shocked to find that the saber was covered in cracks of various sizes, as if it had been struck by something. He was speechless for a long time. When he looked at the saber again, it was as if he had seen a beauty. From now on, this saber belongs to me. No matter what master you followed in the past, you will be my #1 weapon in the future. Why don't I call you Black Fiend? Black Fiend, treasured saber. Its fame is tyrannical and mighty. It seems like someone is coming. Lin Fei shifted his gaze and looked in a certain direction. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the commotion of the saber earlier attracted them over? I didn't expect them to find me so quickly. I'm filled with anger right now, so I might as well use you guys as a sacrifice to the Black Fiend treasured saber. In order not to make any mistakes, Lin Fei executed the drifting wind movement technique and snuck into the thicket. After hiding himself, he controlled his aura and resembled a leopard. A moment later, a messy sound came from the forest. 3 people, 2 in green and 1 in white, appeared in the area. They were the disciples of the divine saber sect. What a strong smell of blood. One of them was like a hunting dog. His gaze was fixed on a towering tree, and he revealed an excited expression as he made a whispering motion. Everyone be careful. That thief must be hiding in the tree. As long as we capture him alive, we will immediately be rewarded with endless benefits, including a large number of martial arts manuals and a large amount of silver, the white-robed disciple said excitedly. Congratulations, senior brother. There will be many benefits for capturing this thief. Don't forget to take care of me in the future. What are you saying, junior brother? The credit belongs to the 3 of us. If there's fortune, we should share it together. Let's capture the thief alive first. Damn it, you're really here to capture me. Divine Saber Sect, I'm not done with you. It's just a few Scarlet Sun fruits and the demonic Scarlet Sun monkey. But you're forcing me to kill you." Hiding in the thicket, Lin Fei was filled with rage. For some reason, he had an epiphany. The three of them surrounded the towering tree, thinking that the thief was hiding in it. "This is my chance." Lin Fei was just worrying about not being able to find an opportunity to deal with them. Seeing this scene, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Bolting Thunderbolt Saber Art, Thunderbolt Strike. Even though Lin Fei had recovered a third of his strength and obtained the baleful Black Saber, his combat prowess had increased significantly. If they split up, he could rely on his drifting wind movement technique to kill them. His first target was a white-robed disciple in the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. He would first kill the strong, then the weak. The white-robed disciple was the closest to Lin Fei. When Lin Fei appeared in the form of a breeze, he was already 20 feet away from him. A cold and sharp aura locked onto him, causing his scalp to go numb. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move on him without him noticing. He was enraged and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. "Thief, you're courting death. Death or not, it's up to me." Lin Fei closed in, and his thunderbolt strike turned into a dazzling white saber light. It was as dazzling as the noon sun, and he slashed it down on the white-robed disciple. The white light flashed, and the white-robed disciple blinked his eyes. He knew that this was bad. Behind him was a towering tree, and he had lost his path of retreat. He raised his saber horizontally, trying to block the attack and wait for his two junior brothers to arrive before killing the thief. "Black Fiend Saber, kill!" Lin Fei roared. The Black Fiend saber in his hand slashed down on the opponent's steel saber. Gotcha! The refined steel saber broke into two. Lin Fei's saber momentum didn't stop. The sharp edge of the saber slashed the divine saber sect disciple in half, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Lin Fei didn't expect to kill an enemy of the same level with a single slash. Oh no, senior brother is dead. The two green-robed disciples' expressions changed drastically. The bloodstained thief before them was actually so powerful that he could kill their senior brother with a single slash. That was an expert at the 6th heavenly layer of the martial path. "Junior brothers, let's go together and take his life before he recovers to avenge our senior brother." Lin Fei was in a good mood after killing a disciple of the Divine Saber sect. Even though the blood in his body was roiling, he still licked his lips with a ferocious glint. "You're courting death." He executed the drifting wind movement technique again, and suddenly appeared beside one of the green-robed disciples. He raised the Black Fiend saber and slashed down. Cut into two. The sharp saber technique came from a divine weapon. The green-robed disciple groaned, and his body was split into two. He fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. It was too fast, too fast. From killing an enemy of the same level to killing a disciple at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial path, Lin Fei had done it in a single breath. The other green-robed disciple was scared out of his wits and lost the ability to fight. He turned around and fled into the forest. But how could Lin Fei let them do as they wished? He used the drifting wind movement technique and appeared behind the green-robed disciple. "You want to kill me? Leave your life behind." The galloping thunder saber art flowed endlessly, turning into a ray of white light that mercilessly slashed down. The green-robed disciple was split into two halves, turning into a corpse. Chapter 55. P.S. The early bird gets the worm. Since I'm updating so early in the morning, please give me some recommendation votes. Killed Jiangxi, 5th Sky of the Martial Path, 500 EXP gained. Killed Nan Tian, 5th Sky of the Martial Path, 500 EXP gained. Killed Fong Ning, 6th Sky of the Martial Path, 800 EXP gained. Cough, cough, cough. In about 10 breaths' time, Lin Fei used the baleful saber to kill all the enemies searching for him. His originally injured body was affected by the violent movements, causing many of his wounds to split open again. Baleful saber, as expected of a saber, it must be a top-grade mortal weapon. Feeling the cold, killing intent from the saber, Lin Fei was ecstatic. He had really picked up something good this time. It could be called a true divine weapon. After killing someone, he naturally had to look for the spoils. As for what expression the Saber God sect would have when they found out, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. The three corpses were all split in half. Fortunately, Lin Fei was careful and didn't destroy anything on them. Turning the corpses over, he quickly found a few white jade bottles. Upon opening them, a fragrant aroma assailed his nose. White jade pill. Lin Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Ever since he was injured by that old fart, Lin Fei had been unable to recover due to the lack of healing pills. White jade pill was a low-grade mortal pill. Its effect was several times better than ordinary pills. It was a healing pill that disciples of large sects carried around with them. It was considered a top-grade pill. Common grade pills were naturally expensive. If one used silver to buy them, one white jade pill would cost at least a few hundred taels of silver. 10 white jade pills would cost a few thousand taels of silver, and this was in a situation where there was demand but no supply. The disciples of the Saber God sect are so rich, carrying white jade pills with them, perfect for me to use to recover from my injuries. You probably never thought of that old farts item. Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. Now that he had a source of healing pills, it meant that he could quickly recover from his injuries and shorten the time needed. There were only 4 white jade pills in the 3 bottles. Lin Fei was not disappointed. For an outer sect disciple, to have a white jade pill meant that they were treated exceptionally well. Little did he know that these white jade pills were specially given out by Chang Shaoan to encourage the other disciples to search for him. Putting away the pills and banknotes, Zhang Xian tossed the corpse into an abandoned tree hole. If they can find this place, I think the others are also searching in this area. If it wasn't for the baleful black saber and the discovery of the white jade pill, I might really leave. Now, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, and a ferocious glint that only beasts could have appeared on his body. Let's get some interest first. I'm not that easy to bully. At the same time, in an open space in the Blackwater Mountain Range, the atmosphere turned extremely tense. Angry voices rang out. Preposterous! Who is it that dares to kill a disciple of the Saber God sect? Are you tired of living? The purple-clothed young master, Cheng Shaoan's face turned ashen, and he looked extremely ferocious. In front of him was a frightened disciple of the Saber God sect. The disciple didn't even dare to breathe loudly in fear of angering the sect master's son. Cheng Shaoan was the 5th son of the current sect master of the Saber God sect. Because Cheng Shaoan was the 5th son and his talent was not bad, his days in the sect were not very good. From time to time, he would be suppressed by his brothers. Cheng Shaoan was proud and arrogant, and his talent was good. How could he be willing to be suppressed? So, he went to the Blackwater Mountain Range, planning to get a young demonic beast to increase his strength. He accidentally discovered the ancient bloodline of the Scarlet Sun Monkey and the Scarlet Sun Fruit that could increase one's physical strength. Regardless of which one it was something that everyone would go crazy over. Cheng Shaoan was infuriated when he saw that the treasure was snatched from his hands. He immediately contacted over 100 disciples of the Saber God sect to seal off the area around the Scarlet Sun Monkey and search for the whereabouts of the severely injured thief. He didn't expect that before he could find the thief, he would receive the bad news that the search teams were killed. Cheng Shaoan was enraged once again. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even find a severely injured thief in 5 days. Now that the search teams are dead, what's the point of keeping you alive? 5th young master, please calm down. Seeing that Cheng Shaoan was about to lose his temper, Zhao Wen, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. In fact, Zhao Wen wasn't in a good mood either. Back then, he had clearly injured the thief with his 10,000-mile saber. Even if he could escape with a secret technique, he wouldn't be able to get far. In the end, after 5 days, the search teams of over 100 people failed to find anything. It was as if the thief had vanished in a thin air. Get lost. Zhao Wen had been Cheng Shaoan's old servant since he was young. Cheng Shaoan found it hard to vent his anger on his old servant, who had saved his life countless times. The disciples of the Saber God sect became his punching bag. The disciples of the Saber God sect felt as if they had been pardoned and immediately left this place. Uncle One, did the thief really leave? Cheng Shaoan was obviously unwilling to give up. Regardless of what it was, he didn't want to let it go. His hatred for the mysterious thief was so deep that he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. That's impossible. Even a stellar energy expert would have to be careful when facing this old servant's intermediate martial technique. Zhao Wen's tone was ice-cold. That thief was caught off guard. Although he managed to block the majority of the 10,000-mile saber's attack, a small portion of it wasn't something he could withstand. His body will definitely be heavily injured, and he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. The people who killed our search teams must be that thief's accomplices. Outsiders wouldn't dare to make a move against a disciple of the Saber God sect. Under such circumstances, everyone would link the two together. Accomplices? Cheng Shaoan gnashed his teeth. In Uncle Wen's opinion, how should we deal with that thief's accomplices? Zhao Wen pondered for a moment, then said disdainfully, that thief's accomplices are experts in using the saber. This shouldn't be very strong, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen to launch a sneak attack. Young Master has sealed off this area for quite some time. If we continue, we might attract the attention of others. This is very inappropriate. Now, this old servant and young master will personally take action and kill that thief's accomplices. Cheng Shaoan had outstanding talent and was the fifth son of the sect master. He had all kinds of resources, reaching the seventh heavenly layer of the martial path at such a young age. He also had several yellow rank cultivation techniques. Ordinary seventh heavenly layer cultivators wouldn't be his match. The only downside was that Cheng Shaoan had accumulated a lot of resources and lacked experience in the martial path. If it was under normal circumstances, Zhao Wen wouldn't dare to say such words. Now that the thief was at his wit's end, his accomplices had voluntarily appeared. They shouldn't be that strong. Even if the two of them attacked together, they might not be young master's match. Zhao Wen was very relieved. Hearing this, a fierce light flashed across Cheng Shaoan's eyes. Chapter 56. The Divine Saber Sect won't let you off. You will die without a burial place. You will die a horrible death. Saber lights danced in the forest like dazzling white rays, mercilessly slashing at the two white-robed Divine Saber Sect disciples, killing them on the spot as if they were two pieces of wood. When Lin Fei heard the system's voice, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He held the baleful black saber horizontally and quickly searched the corpse for the white jade bottle. He took out the medicinal pill and swallowed it. His pale complexion instantly recovered significantly. This should be the 28th Divine Saber Sect disciple I've killed. In the past 2 days, Lin Fei had been hunting down Divine Saber Sect disciples like a phantom. With the flowing wind movement technique and the galloping thunderbolt saber art, he had unknowingly killed 28 people. In other words, he had provided at least 30 white jade pills. With the help of the white jade pills, my injuries have mostly recovered. It's a pity that I couldn't encounter that formidable young master. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. After hunting down Divine Saber Sect disciples for several days, Lin Fei seemed to have gotten used to plundering treasures. He couldn't help thinking about that purple-robed young master. If it wasn't for that old fart, Lin Fei wouldn't mind killing that purple-robed young master. Forget it. One should be content with what they have. The trip to the Blackwater Mountain Range gave me the baleful black saber and improved my strength. It's better than I expected. There's still a month left. I can continue cultivating. Who knows, I might be able to reach the 7th layer of the martial path. Leaving the two corpses behind, Lin Fei headed in a certain direction. He wanted to hunt down more Divine Saber Sect disciples and recover from his injuries first. After all, an extra bit of strength meant an extra bit of combat strength. 100 miles away, Lin Fei, who was originally rushing forward, suddenly stopped. His expression could not help but change slightly. His gaze was filled with fear. You must be that thief's accomplice. At this moment, a purple-robed young master stood on a tree 100 zhang in front of Lin Fei. His eyes were fixed on the black-robed Lin Fei. The person standing on the tree was the young master of the Divine Saber sect, Chung Shaoan. Chung Shaoan agreed with Uncle Wen's opinion, so he withdrew the search team, creating the phenomenon of searching in one area. He was in this area, and if anything went wrong, he would be the first to receive the news. Unexpectedly, only 2 days had passed, and Chung Shaoan had finally caught the little thief's accomplice. Lin Fei's appearance did not change much from before. The only difference was that there was a long saber on his back, causing Chung Shaoan to mistake him for the thief's accomplice. Accomplices of the thief? Looks like this guy mistook me for someone else. Lin Fei thought to himself. He immediately understood what was going on. That old thing shouldn't be here. Saves me a lot of trouble. Although this guy is at the seventh sky of the martial path, it's not impossible for me to defeat him. If I pay attention to strategy, I should be able to kill him. If it was 10 days ago, Lin Fei wouldn't have had the confidence to fight against Chung Shaoan. Whoever you are, hand over your accomplice. If you surrender, I will leave your corpse intact. Chung Shaoan didn't care about a kid at the sixth sky of the martial path. He looked down on Lin Fei as if he was pronouncing death. He was an expert at the seventh sky of the martial path, after all. Leave my ass, Lin Fei cursed. He tapped the ground with his feet and executed the windborne movement technique. The baleful black saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed out 3 times in the air. 3 sharp saber rays flew out one after another. Although Lin Fei didn't understand why the purple-robed young master didn't make a move, he wasn't ignorant. He could clearly feel that the other party's aura was rising. In other words, the other party was accumulating power to make him lose without a fight. In a battle between experts, any detail could determine victory or defeat. Lin Fei had heard of it. Even if the purple-robed young master didn't do so, this wasn't a place to stay for long. Once that old thing appeared, it would be the real danger. As for turning around and leaving, Lin Fei wouldn't be that stupid. From the moment Lin Fei appeared, a seventh heaven of the martial path experts' killing intent locked onto Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun left, Lin Fei's saber light would not be easy to deal with. It would immediately kill Xiao Chun. If he exposed his back, he would definitely die. The only way was to fight. Lin Fei was also very interested. He had the level-up system and had consumed the Crimson Sun fruit by chance. Although he hadn't refined the essence of the fiendish Crimson Sun monkey, the difference between him and the fiendish Crimson Sun monkey was like heaven and earth. Lin Fei would only understand the difference between him and a genius at the seventh sky of the martial path after a battle. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei took the initiative to attack. The 3 saber rays were only to interrupt the other party's accumulation of power, not allowing the other party to suppress him with his aura. As for killing the other party, Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to think so. If it was so easy to kill an expert at the seventh sky of the martial path, they would be like cabbages in the market. Who would train so hard? A mere saber ray isn't worthy of hurting me. Chung Shaoan indeed wanted to use his aura to suppress the other party. Experts usually like to use this move. A thief at the sixth sky of the martial path was only using Xian Qi. How powerful could he be? Break! Chung Shaoan didn't move. He snorted and flicked his sleeves. Facing the 3 saber rays, he raised his hand and threw out 3 palm blades. Xian Qi condensed into a palm blade. It wasn't a powerful attack. Chung Shaoan, who was at the seventh sky of the martial path, actually carried a scorching heat wave in his palm blade. The air seemed to be evaporating. 3 palm blades against 3 saber rays. Rumble. A whirlpool of saber rays appeared in front of the 2. If there was someone else in the whirlpool, they would definitely be killed. Your palm blade is just SOSO. Lin Fei's 3 attacks were just a test. The killing black saber was more powerful than ordinary weapons. The saber rays contained a hint of sharp saber rays, increasing the power of the attack. What a powerful purple-clothed young master. His palm blade contains living fire attribute Xian Qi. This person should be cultivating fire attribute Xian Qi. He actually used his palm blade to break my saber rays. He is indeed from the Divine Saber sect. This was the second expert Lin Fei had encountered so far. The first was that old thing. While Lin Fei was shocked, Cheng Xiaowen's heart was also in turmoil. The three palm blades were not a single palm blade. They were infused with scorching sun, Xian Qi. The attack had a scorching effect. Once it invaded the body, it would burn the meridians and the internal organs. One's combat power will be reduced by 20 to 30%. As expected of someone who could kill 28 disciples of our divine saber sect. You do have some strength. However, if you think you can escape from me like this, you are gravely mistaken. Chen Xiaowen sneered and flew down from the tree. The battle has just begun. Flaming Palm Blade. Chapter 57. Flaming Palm Saber. It was not an ordinary Xian Qi cultivation technique, but a yellow-rank Xian Qi cultivation technique. It was a rather sharp saber technique of the divine saber sect. The palm saber required the Blazing Sun Mental Sutra to complement it. The Blazing Sun Mental Sutra cultivated the Blazing Sun Xian Qi. Cheng Xiaowen immediately used the flaming palm saber, intending to severely injure the thief's companion to vent his anger. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was considered a crime. Killing a divine saber sect disciple was considered a second crime. Adding one crime upon another, he deserved to die. Damn it! Cheng Xiaowen did not need to use any powerful killing moves to deal with a thief at the 6th level of the martial path. What a domineering saber technique. The flaming palm saber struck down from all directions, sealing off all escape routes. Moreover, it was an attack from above, so its power had increased significantly. Windborne movement technique. Lin Fei was shocked, but his expression did not change. He used the windborne movement technique and raised the baleful black saber horizontally. His entire body was like a whirlwind as he slashed out 5 saber gleams. Bang! 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 Palm saber after palm saber smashed onto the baleful black saber. Instantly, a scorching aura spread to his body. His meridians felt like they were about to be burned. As expected of a genius disciple of the divine saber sect. His saber technique contains Xian Qi attacks. This saber technique is definitely not an ordinary Xian Qi cultivation technique. It should be a yellow rank cultivation technique. Fortunately, I cultivate the 9 Revolutions Mental Sutra, and the Xian Qi can repair my meridians. Otherwise, I would not be this fellow's match. From the beginning until now, this saber technique was something that ordinary disciples could not execute. Thief, the taste of the flaming palm saber isn't bad, right? Seeing the strange look in the black-robed boy's eyes, he immediately understood what was going on and laughed inwardly. The flaming palm saber is one of the sharpest saber techniques of the divine saber sect. It's not something that you can withstand. It's just SOSO. You're far from being able to kill me. Kid, you'll soon know the consequences of offending me. Cheng Xiaowen's expression changed. This thief still dared to be stubborn, and he was unknowingly angered. Great Thousand Leaves Saber Technique. The momentum of the flaming palm saber technique changed, and it was a yellow rank saber technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cheng Xiaowen slashed out 3 times with his saber. They were as fast as the wind and as precise as falling leaves. Their trajectories were untraceable, and the angles were even more crafty. Lin Fei couldn't dodge in time, and his chest was cut open. If he hadn't reacted in time, that slash would have taken his life. Even though an expert at the 7th heaven of the martial path was difficult to deal with, Lin Fei had already calculated that it would be more difficult than he had imagined, especially when this fellow used 2 yellow-ranked saber techniques right from the start. If it was someone else, they would have been beaten to death. The taste isn't bad, right? This young master is going to chop off all the flesh on your body to vent the anger in this young master's heart. Cheng Xiaowen shouted loudly. He raised his left arm like a saber and slashed out another 10 saber lights. All of them were aimed at the vital parts of Lin Fei's body. It was obvious that he wanted to verify his words. Bang, 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 bang. In the forest, the 2 of them continued to battle. From the places where the sunlight could be refracted, all the way to the places where the light was dim. Brat, tell this young master, where is your partner? Cheng Xiaowen remained calm and continued to use saber techniques to suppress his opponent. Gradually, A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Why couldn't he kill his opponent? Especially that horrifying movement technique. Even Cheng Shaoan himself was shocked. He couldn't figure out what grade of movement technique it was. At the very least, even if he cultivated a yellow-ranked movement technique, he wouldn't be a match for it. As such, Cheng Shaoan's heart was filled with an indescribable rage. How could a little thief cultivate such a movement technique? Such a powerful movement technique must be cultivated by his genius disciple, not a little thief. Clang! The baleful black saber blocked an attack, and Lin Fei was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. A wave of darkness shrouded his body. You really want to know? Lin Fei panted. Cheng Shaoan landed on a tree and stared at this brat. If it wasn't for the many wounds on his opponent's body, he would have found it hard to believe that he couldn't kill him after attacking for so long. If you tell this young master where you are, I can leave your corpse intact. Lin Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Because this daddy is the one who stole your things. After saying this, Lin Fei tapped his foot and flew diagonally towards a large tree. It seemed as if he wanted to enter the darkness. They had unknowingly arrived in a dark place. Under the cover of the sun and the sky, many places in this area seemed to be covered in darkness. Little bastard, how dare you trick this young master? Cheng Shaoan was enraged. Great thousand leaves saber art. Cheng Shaoan didn't believe that this person was that little thief. He was clear about the might of Zhao Wen's mid-grade battle technique, and it was impossible for a little thief to recover so quickly. Under his rage, the might of his saber art increased by a few times. Falling leaf saber art was like a fluttering butterfly. Amidst the perfect art, it took away the lives of others. The back door was wide open, and the saber locked onto him. This was the power of a yellow-grade saber art. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to lose his life, Lin Fei's figure moved in a strange manner. He was like a cool breeze, untraceable and without a trace. Galloping thunder saber art, ceaseless torrent. Lin Fei, who seemed like he was about to escape, turned around and dodged all the attacks. He suddenly appeared on Cheng Shaoan's left and shot out 5 saber lights. The sharp saber lights were like a white light in the night. Cheng Shaoan didn't expect that this brat would be so daring as to directly attack. Brat, you're courting death. Cheng Shaoan was arrogant. Facing the 5 attacks, he didn't dare to underestimate them. He executed falling leaf movement art and retreated, but his palm didn't stop there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with a soft sound, a few more cuts appeared on Cheng Shaoan's body, and blood flowed out. Bullsh *T young master. Not bad, right? Lin Fei moved to another place with a smile on his face. It turned out that Lin Fei took advantage of Cheng Shaoan's attack to execute his saber art from different directions. If it was someone else, it would definitely be impossible. However, Lin Fei cultivated flowing wind movement art. He was like the wind, coming and going without a trace. He executed his saber art to the extreme, and Cheng Shaoan was immediately hit. Damn, this isn't the galloping thunder saber art. Why is there a white light when it is executed? Who are you? Why do you have such a strange galloping thunder saber art? At this moment, Cheng Shaoan felt uneasy again. Although he had been able to block the saber strikes, the impact of that flash of white light was not as simple as it seemed. No matter how stupid Cheng Shaoan was, he knew why the black-clothed thief kept fleeing. He had been fooled. You don't have the right to know, because you're about to go to hell. Lin Fei moved again. After wasting so much time, he finally had the chance to kill. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to deal with the other party in time. Galloping unceasing. 1 slash and a 2. The white light slashed over, followed by a sharp and dangerous saber light. Before the sharp aura reached its target, the air seemed to have been slashed by the saber. 80% of the 9 revolutions, Xianqi was cut into 2 with 1 slash. Cheng Shaoan immediately felt a sharp and murderous aura coming towards him. The aura carried a sense of danger that could take him away. Cheng Shaoan's eyes suddenly widened with disbelief. You, how can you know a battle skill? Cheng Shaoan was completely frightened by this move. Fortunately, he was a genius disciple of the Saber God sect. Facing this battle skill, he was full of doubts. He had to block this move first. Blazing Flame Palm Saber. Activating the Sun Xian Qi in his body, his left arm emitted a fiery red color. It was the Sun Xian Qi that wrapped around his arm. It was an extremely powerful technique. He tried to block this move. Slash. Unfortunately, Cheng Shaowen didn't know that the saber in Lin Fei's hand was the baleful black saber, a divine weapon. When activated, the power of the saber light increased by a lot. On my arm, the sharp saber light slashed on Cheng Shaowen's left arm. The Sun Xian Qi collapsed, and his entire left arm was cut off. Cheng Shaowen let out a miserable cry. Without his left arm to block, how could he be a match for a saber with 80% of his Xian Qi? He was directly cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. This is your real strength. I really regret. Why did I fall for your trick? Why did I follow you to this place and fall for your trick? Chapter 58. It's really not that easy to kill a 7th firmament expert. After using 80% of his celestial qi, Lin Fei felt like he was about to collapse. His back was drenched in cold sweat. If he had encountered a monster, he might have turned around and run for his life. Since the beginning, he was at a disadvantage. Lin Fei had been looking for a way to kill the other party. Even though that old fart was not around, what if he appeared? It was better to be safe than sorry. Safety was the best. Lin Fei had no choice but to take this hidden danger into consideration. The purple-clad young man was quite strong. He could fly for a short period of time, which was a huge advantage for the other party. If he wanted to kill the other party, he had to find a dark place where flying was not easy. He had to maximize his advantage. Once the other party could not fly, Lin Fei believed that he could kill the other party, especially with the baleful black saber in hand. The baleful black saber was extremely powerful. Coupled with cleave, it was Lin Fei's strongest move at the moment. Killed Cheng Shaowen, 7th firmament martial path. Obtained 1,200 experience points. The system's voice rang in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei's expression changed. His expression became strange. This name reminded him of something. Could this kid be the son and disciple of the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect? Even though he had not been in the Xintian continent for long, Lin Fei had heard that the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect was someone with the surname Cheng. It seemed that the young man in front of him was very likely. Lin Fei was shocked. He did not expect that the first 7th firmament expert he killed would be related to the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. His luck. Even he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he had gotten himself into big trouble. Now that he had killed the other party, Lin Fei did not care too much. There was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, Lin Fei's gaze fell on the ground. There was a big change there. His eyes lit up as the items on the ground entered his field of vision. Damn, the boss dropped a lot. There were many items scattered around Cheng Shaowen's corpse. Wasn't this the same as in online games where the boss dropped a lot? Could it be because of the 100 treasure bag? Lin Fei instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that once a 100 treasure pouch lost its owner, it would immediately become a helpless item. All the items inside would lose control and immediately explode out. Thus, this situation occurred. Lin Fei loved this function. It was as if it was made for him. He was a little narcissistic. First, Lin Fei picked up the 100 treasures bag. Good stuff. This is worth a lot of money. Looks like I've killed an extraordinary character this time. I can sell this for a lot of money. The 100 treasure pouch in his hand had exquisite craftsmanship. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could wear, especially when the other party was only at the 7th firmament of the martial path, but he had a 100 treasure pouch. This proved that his identity was extraordinary. He was a standard young master. He put away the 100 treasure bag and inspected it once more. There were about 7 or 8 bottles of pills. Lin Fei could only recognize 1 or 2 of them. One of them was the white jade pill, and its quality seemed to be even better. The rest seemed to be top-quality pills. Lin Fei was grinning from ear to ear. What he lacked the most now was medicinal pills, good things for healing injuries. When he saw the 3 secret manuals, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. In the previous battle with Cheng Shaowen, Lin Fei was much weaker. The reason was very simple. He lacked saber techniques that he could use. There could be many saber techniques, but they couldn't be too miscellaneous. Thus, he couldn't study them. Of the 3 secret manuals, one was Raging Flame Saber Palm, the other was Great Thousand Leaves Saber Technique, and the last one had a yellow cover. It had a history and was called 36 Paths of Saber Palm. Good stuff, good stuff. Lin Fei put them away without checking. Time didn't allow him to. Apart from these, there was a saber on the ground decorated with gems. It was also an extraordinary item. Although it couldn't be compared to the baleful black saber, it was still an ordinary item. Lin Fei didn't know how to use it, but it didn't mean that he would use it to fool others. Apart from these, there was basically nothing else worth paying attention to. Apart from a lot of gold and silver notes, Lin Fei didn't miss any of them and put them all away. After checking that he didn't miss anything, Lin Fei left immediately. He had gained a lot today. The items were secondary. Executing them was the most important. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have time to leave later. Killing a genius disciple of the Divine Blade sect would definitely cause a huge commotion. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Lin Fei left the scene for less than an hour. Damn it! How did this happen? The voice of grief and indignation was like thunder, echoing in the sky above the forest. Countless birds couldn't fly out in time and were immediately shaken to death. At the scene of the battle, at this moment, there were no less than 30 people around. Among them were disciples in white, equivalent to experts above the 6th firmament of the martial path. At this moment, these fearless disciples of the Divine Blade sect were trembling subconsciously as they looked at the corpse on the ground in disbelief. The 5th son of the Divine Blade sect's sect master, who was at the 7th firmament of the martial path, was actually killed in half. It didn't matter who died. The only person who couldn't die was Cheng Shaowen. Cheng Shaowen was the sect master's son. No matter what his status was in the Divine Blade sect, he was still the sect master's son. From the start of the battle until they arrived, less than an hour had passed. What greeted them was a corpse, and it was the corpse of the sect master's son. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face. The Blackwater Mountain Range sealed off the area to search for one person. Now that young Master Cheng was killed in the Blackwater Mountain Range, if this news were to spread to the Divine Blade sect, they would be the first ones to meet a bad end. They couldn't shirk the responsibility of failing to protect him. They knew very well what kind of temper the Divine Blade sect master had. Now that such a huge incident had happened, they might be buried with him. Don't doubt the wrath of a sect master. Zhaowen howled at the sky. His howl was filled with endless anger. He's dead. He's really dead. When Zhaowen heard the news that Cheng Shaowen was killed, his first reaction was disbelief. When he saw the corpse, he was dumbfounded. It was as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. As Cheng Shaowen's old servant, he had been protecting Cheng Shaowen since he was young. He had encountered countless dangers and ended up being killed by Cheng Shaowen's saber. He had been protecting Cheng Shaowen until now. However, in just a short day, the two of them were separated by life and death. At this moment, Zhaowen was filled with regret. Why did he suggest such a stupid idea? Otherwise, the thief wouldn't have gotten away with it. The remnant aura at the scene couldn't be hidden from Zhaowen. Thief, this old man wants you to die a horrible death. Chapter 59. P.S. Thanks to Peach Blossom One Brother and Liang Xianpeng for tipping 100 Chidian coins. Little thief, you can't escape from this old man's palm. I will definitely kill you today. In the rolling mountains of the Blackwater Mountain Range, a thunderous roar resounded. In the anger, it was difficult to conceal the surging murderous aura. Old fart, be careful you're bragging. If you have the ability, come down from above. Don't be so noisy behind me. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. At the same time, another mocking voice rang out. From afar, in the mountain range, one person was fleeing and the other was chasing. It was a life and death battle. These two people were none other than Lin Fei, and the other person was the furious Zhaowen, Cheng Shaowen's old servant. Mother of Asterisk Kerr, he's really haunting me. Experts who can fly in air are really hard to deal with. Lin Fei, who was running, turned his head to look at the sky-covering tree. A distant killing intent locked on from thousands of feet away. Anyone within a certain range would not be able to easily shake off the other. This was the strength of a martial artist at the 8th level of the martial path. Speaking of which, Lin Fei's luck was bad. After killing Chang Shaowen, although he was mentally prepared in advance and left this area, Zhaowen still used a secret technique to find him. If it wasn't for Lin Fei mastering the flowing wind movement technique and relying on the advantage of the sky-covering tree, he would have been killed by the aura energy expert long ago. I can't continue to hang on like this. The aura energy expert's Xian Qi is thicker than mine. Although I can rely on the flowing wind movement technique to perfectly control the consumption of Xian Qi, in the long run, I will inevitably run out of Xian Qi. When that time comes, it will be really bad. From the moment the old fart discovered him to the moment he started to chase, Lin Fei had been running, especially not daring to close the distance. He still had a lingering fear of the battle technique from last time and didn't dare to underestimate it. Battle technique. If it wasn't for Chang Shaowen mentioning it in surprise, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about the terrifying battle techniques in the Shantian continent. Right now, the only thing Lin Fei was thinking about was how to shake off this old fart. He didn't want to be chased for half a month. What a glib-tongued thief. Let's see how glib-tongued you are when you fall into my hands. At this moment, Zhao Wen's wrinkled face was completely replaced by anger. After hearing this, his face sank, and his eyes revealed killing intent. A 6th firmament of the martial Dao kid could be easily killed by an aura energy expert. However, he had encountered such a superb person with a powerful movement technique. If his opponent did not rely on his movement technique, Zhao Wen would have long since killed him. Even if he couldn't catch the thief, Zhao Wen wasn't anxious at all. His killing intent of the 8th layer of the martial path locked onto the thief. No matter how exquisite the other party's movement technique was, he wouldn't be able to escape from him. Zhao Wen wanted to exhaust the Xian Qi in his opponent's body. If his Xian Qi could not be replenished, he would fall in his hands sooner or later. As they chased, Zhao Wen had her eyes set on this Qing Gong movement technique. This little thief had relied on this movement technique to forcibly increase the distance between them. If she could learn it, she could rely on the erratic and unpredictable movement technique to increase her battle prowess by quite a bit. 2 days later, the profound qi that he had perfect control over was gradually decreasing. Lin Fei realized that he was in big trouble. In these 2 days, Lin Fei had tried everything he could think of, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the old man. He had become a burden that dragged him down. Headache dilemma. What should I do? What should I do? When he sensed that there was only 30% of his Xian Qi left, Lin Fei began to panic. Once his Xian Qi was exhausted and unable to recover, he knew what would happen to him. With the flowing wind movement technique, Lin Fei had nearly forgotten where he was right now. At the very least, he was in the depths of the Blackwater mountain range. The dangerous aura of demonic beasts kept appearing, and Lin Fei could only bite the bullet and charge in. If he didn't escape, he would die. If he escaped, he would also die. The only difference was who killed him. If he had the strength of the 7th layer of the martial path, Lin Fei would have turned around and fought with all his might. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the Blackwater mountain range. While thinking, Lin Fei subconsciously raised his eyebrows. At this moment, his soul felt like it was about to leave his body. A wave of fear instantly spread throughout his body, and his figure came to a halt. What a terrifying aura. This isn't an 8th-ranked demonic beast, nor is it a 9th-ranked demonic beast. Could it be a demonic beast above the mystic realm? Lin Fei finally regained control of his body, and he couldn't recover for a long time. The feeling of his soul leaving his body just now was as if he had been killed countless times. After experiencing this horror, Lin Fei realized that the Blackwater mountain range was as dangerous as the rumors said. Based on the roar just now, few people could withstand it, right? Lin Fei could clearly hear the endless anger in the roar just now. It was a roar with all its strength. Sensing the commotion in front of him, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. If he used it properly, he would definitely be able to shake off that old fart. In fact, it would not be a problem to toy with that old fart to death. Old man, are you frightened? If you are, then don't chase after me. Go home and enjoy your retirement. After saying that, Lin Fei did not change his direction and continued moving forward. Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Wenming clenched his fists, and killing intent surged around him. His expression was much more nervous. As an expert at the 8th level of the martial path and from the Divine Saber sect, his experience far surpassed that of ordinary people. The rage in that roar could be easily heard. It wasn't an 8th or 9th ranked demonic beast, but a demonic beast above the mystic realm. Zhao Wenming was indeed frightened, and because of the latter words, he was already filled with anger. Why had he ever been provoked like this by a thief? Don't think that you can get rid of me just like this. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. 2 hours later, Lin Fei felt a powerful aura fluctuation. A demonic beast, a true high-level demonic beast. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at the killing intent that had locked onto him. His heart sank, and he gritted his teeth. He decided to fight it out first. Using the windborne movement technique, he charged forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Lin Fei's goal was simple. He wanted to make use of dangerous demonic beasts and experts to force his way through them and obtain an opportunity. Old man, you've been chasing me for so long. Take this. Lin Fei suddenly turned around and faced the old man. A long saber appeared in his hand, and the hilt was adorned with gems. It was Cheng Shaowen's treasured saber. Thunderstrike. The power of the saber radiance unleashed by ordinary weapons was completely different. Lin Fei directly slashed out 4 saber radiances, consuming 15% of his mystic chi. Zhao Wenming was already furious, and she had been looking for an opportunity to attack. How could she let her opponent go? She immediately grasped the opportunity and used both hands as sabers. What she used was not a palm saber, but a combat skill. Thief, how dare you? 10,000 miles saber.